Who are Iranians? What do they say? What do they think? What are they capable of?
Why revolution? Who do you believe was behind it? The CIA, the Russians, the Marxists? I've heard all kinds of theories.
I really believe that if the revolution had not happened, Iran should be by now South Korea of the Middle East.
Not
Instead,
the
we have
North
become
Korea.
the North Korea.
The new Iran. What does that look like?
There is a positive note to it. America might say, well, we want to leave them alone. They won't leave you alone. It has to be declawed. If not now, when? How many more generations have to be sacrificed?
Your Highness Crown Prince of Iran, welcome to PragerU. It is a great honor to have you here.
I'm very glad to be here today and talk to you and be on your program. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, this is going to be a fascinating conversation, and I have many questions for you. But I actually want to start by doing something that I typically don't do at the beginning of an interview, and that is to thank you. I will surely thank you at the end, but I feel like you deserve a thank you from many of my Iranian friends who I have here living in the United States, who expressed to me that you have given them so much hope. Not only have you given them hope that things will get better in Iran, in your country, but you have also been the embodiment of what Iranians are really. And for many Americans living in the United States, especially of my generation and younger, our experience with Iran has been terrorism and killing and death and terrible human rights abuses and, the treatment of women, and what we've heard has happened to young women like Masha Amini. And so when we hear about that regime in Iran and we associate all of that evil, it's been a blessing to us to know people like you and like the Iranians who do live here in the United States, who, in my opinion, are some of the most reasonable people I know. They're incredibly kind. They're incredibly warm. Best food ever. Almost all of them are successful entrepreneur, totally rational people. And I just have such a huge love for the Iranian people that reconciling the huge difference between the Iranians that I know and people like you versus the Iranians that I hear about in the Middle East, I have a great sense of gratitude to people like you who've really held up what Iranians are about. And so I just want to start by just saying thank you. Thank you for everything you've already done.
Well, I'm just doing my job, and it's my duty to serve the best interests of my compatriots by at least being their voice to begin with, and hopefully then some.
And you have been. For people who know very little about Iran, it is the more you study Persia and the region, the more actually fascinating it becomes, because that region has given birth to so many different societies, I guess, in some ways. Can you describe to us what has happened over, let's say, the last 100 years or so, since your grandfather became the ruler and then your father, and what happened with you, and why did you end up in exile?
Mm-hmm. Actually, when you look at the legacy, the way people now look upon what my grandfather and my father did as the architect of modern Iran, in fact, they call my family the Iran building family, demonstrates that the view was we can bring Iran from the, sort of underdeveloped country where most people were uneducated, illiterate, to a country that in the 70s was thriving, had a strong economy. Iranians were educating themselves, were coming back to Iran to bring in whatever was necessary in terms of development and infrastructure. So I think it's really in the last 100 years, because my grandfather stepped into the scene towards the second quarter of the 20th century, 1926, more or less. And, he served first as the commander of the army, he was prime minister, and then he was prompted into the scene as a result of the previous dynasty, sort of like shying away from carrying their responsibilities, and he was called upon to step in and sort of literally take over power. And in fact, my grandfather wanted to first establish a republic in Iran, based on the model of Ataturk that he admired a lot next door in Turkey. Mm. And interestingly enough, the clerics at the time and many of the people in the Iranian sort of elite were saying, it won't work here. You should, crown yourself as the next king and form the new dynasty, which is what he did. So that's how it all started. And so for about 50 years, the Pahlavi dynasty was in place until we reached the point where the revolution happened. And I'm sure we'll have a chance to talk about that. So I think Iran really began to flourish when we started, especially post-Second World War, where we were able to start producing our oil and selling it at a higher price. We created enough revenue so you can start really spending it on copious projects of modernization, development, factories, dams, roads, schools, everything that was needed. And that's how we started getting some traction. And Iranians, at the time of my grandfather, Iran's income per capita was around $400. Towards the end, it was over 2,800, and it was sort of like really increasing. And so I think people saw that Iran is progressively on track for development, for prosperity, for people's life improving at every level. But I think the most important element that, especially now, in contrast to where Iran was and what it is under this regime, is how much was done, especially for the women in Iran. Mm-hmm. And that would really happen at the time of my father. Of course, my grandfather was the first one to say that people should be free to wear the veil or not, the hijab issue. And of course, he led by example by having his own daughters go out in public without wearing any, veil. And that was one way to liberate women from having to be castigated into, that. And the symbolism of it is so obvious because even when Mahsa happened a year ago, you see how much that is a symbol of where we were. And women were integrated in all form or shape into not just members of society, but actual participants in governance. Iranian women achieved suffrage 4 years before the women in Switzerland did.
Wow.
There were family laws to protect families and women's rights. They were given opportunities to become ministers, judges, even serve in the armed forces. It was a completely different situation as opposed to what this regime has done and turned them into second-class citizens. So I think that's a little bit of modern history of where Iran started to go. And I really believe that if the revolution had not happened, Iran should be by now, if not the second Japan of the Middle East, but at least the South Korea of the Middle East.
Not
Instead,
the
we have
North
become
Korea.
the North Korea. So it's not the people that have changed or our resources being depleted. It's just the nature of the regime. And in fact, I'd like to take the opportunity, since you talk about Iran and Iranians, we feel sometimes very frustrated whenever something happens, media or political leaders say, Iran did this, Iran did that. I will urge you to help us correct that by saying, this is not Iran and Iranians. This is the regime in Iran. So it's the Islamic regime, not the Iranian people. That's one way to distinguish the aspiration of Iranians from the doing of the regime. That perception by itself is important. At the beginning, especially when the hostages were taken in the American embassy in Tehran, and of course Khomeini had just hit the scene, I remember during that time leading to the revolution, I was still in Reese Air Force Base in Lubbock, Texas. And I can already see that sense of hostility against Iranians who had no fault whatsoever just to be Iranian. My own wife, who was studying in school in the Bay Area, was beaten up by some of her classmates just because she was an Iranian. But I think we have come a long way. I think many Iranians, especially those living in the United States, and for Americans who have interacted, example yourself, with Iranians, by now should know the difference between what actual Iranians believe or think as opposed to what the regime is projecting as being, something that is totally alien to us in terms of values, in terms of beliefs, in terms of principles. And that's where all the problem started and continues to exist.
You describe Iran as this prosperous economic society, right? And the revolution happens. If people were happy in Iran, presumably they were doing well financially and things were growing, why revolution? Who do you believe was behind it? Was it really from within? Or was it Carter? Was it the UK? Was it the fight over oil? Was it the Russians, the Marxists? I mean, I've heard all kinds of theories on who took Iran down and why. And I'm curious, what do you believe is the truth?
Well, there were two major groups that were opposed to the way Iran was, the direction it had taken. Everything that I explained regarding women's rights and things that were happening, the clergy didn't look at that very favorably. And Khomeini, in fact, started everything when my father instigated the white revolution at the time that brought in all these elements. He was the first one to start speaking against it and build that sort of rejection by the Islamists or the fundamentalists there. On the other hand, you had the Marxist forces who didn't like this rapprochement with the West in general and, in their sort of anti-imperialist, anti-Western rhetoric, sort of partnered with the Islamists. And that was the root cause that brought about that moment where there were forces at play that took it to that level of leading to this revolution. And interestingly enough, I think that now the children of that generation who in 1957, Iranian calendar, 57, which is 1979, were part of it, turned back to their parents and said, what the hell were you thinking? What was lacking? The maximum we could argue might be that maybe in terms of political liberalization, we were not quite there yet, but we were going in that direction. And they were saying, well, a lot of reforms could have happened and we could have avoided having a revolution. But instead, we opted to bring in some cleric that we believed would be just a very benign, sort of symbolic leader retiring in the city of Qom and allowing for all these promised liberties. And instead, we ended up with what we have. And by the time we realized what it was too late. And contrary to that, there's been decades of insisting on bringing reform to a regime that is irreformable. So it's the sort of tragedy in all this is that the opportunity cost to Iran and Iranians has been huge in terms of these past 4.5 decades since the revolution. However, there is a positive note to it, as crazy as it may sound. But it is really in the sense of some of the cornerstones of liberty and justice and the rule of law in any democracy, and that is the separation of church from state. In other words, a secular system. I want to emphasize this point as strongly as I can, because I think from the point of view of Americans, when they look at the American Constitution, when they look at the fact that Thomas Jefferson was inspired by Cyrus the Great to build in those values of human rights and liberty into the American Bill of Rights and Constitution, there's something that has to do with the history of our country. And we are proud as descendants of Cyrus to be represented in that. But what can we do for ourselves? And how can we have the same system in our country? Because a lot of people say, well, Iran was a Muslim country. How do we deal with these religious elements? Is this really what they are? Not. And in fact, Iran was perhaps one of the most secular countries in the region before the revolution. But we had to experience directly the consequences of a religious dictatorship. It's a little bit like the Inquisition in Europe that led to Enlightenment. And now you're talking about an Islamic Inquisition in Iran and what could happen post that. In terms of returning to our roots and a country where different religions lived together side by side for centuries. Christians, Zoroastrians, Jews, Baha'is, Muslims. And we never had issues until this regime emerged. And that's a very important lesson that Iranians had to learn the hard way, but puts us in the best possible position to navigate this challenge and land on solid grounds in the future once this regime is finally brought down.
So do you think that the people who voted for the revolution, were they duped? Is that what happened? Were they basically tricked? Was it that the Marxists and the Islamists came together and created this new version of politicized Islam that controlled the media and lied to people, and people didn't realize really what they're stepping into? Because it's almost like an oxymoron to combine Marxism with religious Islam, because Marxism is really not about religion. And so the marriage of those two seemed quite bizarre, except for the purpose of political control and corruption. And so were the Iranians basically tricked Was it planned that this would happen, or is it just a terrible accident and just a very, very unfortunate situation?
Mm-hmm. Well, you can imagine that in these 4 decades, ever since I was plunged into the scene of Iranian politics and opposition politics and what have you, I had discussions with many Iranians, including many who were the most aggressive opponents of my father's regime,
Mm-hmm.
belonging to the same category of people you just described. And in our conversation, they often said that, we now realize what we didn't know then.
Mm.
And most of them admit that we made a mistake. But the truth is that it was such a frenzy, it was such a euphoria that you could not have a rational discussion. We had university professors swearing that they saw with their own eyes Khomeini's face in the moon. You're not talking about an uneducated person be subject to some propaganda or brainwashing. This is a university professor saying that. So when the intelligentsia or intellectuals fall into those trappings, they didn't even know what Khomeini really stood for. Nobody had really read his pamphlet, which if you read today, was, this is just some badness behind it. And the whole process, which was extremely opaque, obscure, Khomeini started by saying Islamic Republic, and that's it. And people were called to a referendum without even knowing what it's been proposed, voting in plain view with somebody with a Kalashnikov standing on a barrel, and you had to throw either a green or a red, in plain view. So what I'm trying to say is that as it was evolving, the momentum was such in that frenzy, and mostly instigated by these two groups, that what could have been possibly been done. Some people retrospectively say, well, maybe the regime was too slow to react to that demand. And I'm not saying there were legitimate demands for liberalization. And a lot of honest, genuine liberals at the time were not wrong. And my father actually wanted to do that. Why would you educate a nation knowing that tomorrow they will have more demands and more need for participation? But we should not forget that this was at the time of the Cold War. This is at the time that some of these groups were affiliated during the bidding of a foreign power. The Tudeh party was basically the instrument of intervention in Iran on behalf of Moscow. It was very clear. Maybe in today's generation, they don't quite relate to that era, but that's how things were at the time. Anyway, the point is that as soon as the regime took over, they started to immediately take on the intelligentsia. They closed universities. They threw professors in jail. What I'm saying is that there was a sudden realization that we cannot stay in this country. They were immediately persecuted if they were a religious minority. Baha'is, Jews had to escape. The first exodus of Iranians that came out of Iran and were lucky enough to be able to escape because of their political persuasions or because of their religious beliefs or because they were members of the previous regime. Anyway, there was a massive brain drain that started early on. And it started creating what today you see in terms of the Iranian diaspora and how affluent and capable they are in terms of creativity. Many of them run corporations, industries, medical centers. And that should be, again, a way for whether you're an American or a foreigner looking, okay, who are Iranians? What do they say? What do they think? What are they capable of? In contrast to what this regime is projecting, that's where you can see the contrast. That's what people in Iran today see as a contrast. The children that were on the streets of Iran protesting in latter years, in various moments, they were the ones who are no longer duped. They do their own due diligence. Yeah. They do their own research. So there's no more naivete that did exist in 1978, 79 at the time of the revolution.
Do you think that any of the Iranians have any resentment towards the West? Are they blaming the CIA or, or the UK? I mean, is there any of that type of resentment there?
Look, let me give you a tacit example of the expectation that exists in Iran in terms of how can the free world come to our help. During the Green Movement, uh, there were a lot of slogans. It was during the Obama administration. And you could see signs that people were holding in the English language to any camera covering it. Clearly, they were not practicing their linguistic skills. They were trying to send you a message. In fact, they were chanting Obama, Obama, Yaba Una, Yaba Ma, which means either with them or with us. Pick your side. And throughout the years, you saw that the messaging coming from Iran, at a time that there was no social media, which makes it more accessible to see what people actually think, was not covered by foreign media. So it was always in the mindset of dealing with the regime, falling into the trappings of, well, there are more moderate elements rather than the more hardcore. Maybe we can reason with them. Maybe we can have a strategy of behavior change and a policy of trying to cut a deal with them and what have you, while Iranians were getting repressed at home. And I think the biggest reproach that Iranians have towards countries like America or its allies in the Western world is that haven't you yet seen the difference between us and our values and our aspiration, which is the very same thing that you as Americans or French enjoy in terms of liberty and justice and human rights in your countries. And instead of helping us get rid of the regime that is taking all the rights from us, you insist on dealing with them over our head and throw us under the bus every time that we face this crisis. That, I think, is what frustrates many of my compatriots back home. It's just how else are we supposed to defend ourselves unarmed, unequipped against an extremely repressive regime? Why is it that when you know this regime is repressing us at home and is conducting its proxy war abroad, not only you don't put more pressure on them, you reward them by releasing more money to them, which of course is not going to be spent on people in Iran and their economic situation. It's going to be spent on this whole proxy war. And that is adding insult to injury. That's really what I think most Iranians today look upon, why it is that we are being completely ignored and thrown under the bus.
So interesting. Why is it that Iran is involved in proxy wars? Why are they doing this to the world?
Okay, first thing you have to realize is that you're not talking about a conventional government that wants to take care of its citizenry. This was not the objective of Khomeini in the first place. Khomeini simply looked at Iran as a launching pad to export an ideology, to create a modern-day Shiite caliphate, to dominate the region and beyond. In order to do that, you have to be able to use every tool at your disposal in what way you can impose that in the region and beyond. And the proxy war is part of that strategy. And from the very beginning, in fact, the IRGC is mandated in carrying out the arms part of helping that exportation of this ideology around the globe. It's in their mission statement. And oddly enough, there's nowhere mentioned the word Iran in that organization. They say it's not an Iranian entity. It's called the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in support of the regime. In that creation, because they knew that they cannot trust the army. And therefore, they had to create a buffer between the army, and it started very early on, including when the Iran-Iraq war started. And it was supposed to be a guarantee of protecting the regime from a potential military coup against it by the military.
So a second military that is loyal and reports directly to the current Islamic regime.
And basically for protecting them by not trusting the military and creating that buffer. What happened, of course, next is that this organization became more and more a mafia-like organization, getting involved in every aspect of control and commerce and business in Iran. So that's why it is an entity that is actually powerful because it's in symbiosis with the regime.
How big is it? How many people work for this IRGC?
It's certainly, if not more than the military, or even if there are some military components, a lot of it is controlled by the IRGC. But it has become a point that they really have a lot of clout. And if you look at every time the regime has been intervening regionally, whether in Syria or even in Lebanon and other places, there's some kind of an IRGC entity involved in that aspect. So you may be funding Hamas or Hezbollah, but there is an element of the IRGC involved in all these characteristics, which brings me to the point of why it is that I think if there's no shift in policy in terms of how do we deal with this regime, how do we weaken this regime, whether it's its proxies or whether it's the regime itself, one of the issues on the table, which I think should be part of that policy, is the IRGC should be sanctioned and placed on a list of terrorist organizations. Some governments are looking at that, finding the legal way to do that. But if you do not show the Iranian people that we know the evil work that this regime is doing against you in repression at home and what it's doing in its proxy war, you cannot expect either Iranians at home or our immediate neighbors like the Israelis or the Saudis to think there's an actual means of responding to the regime. And in the meantime, what do we do in dealing with this situation? So it's not just limited to Iran. And why is it that it impacts America at the end of the day? Because I know many times I've heard Americans say, well, it's all the way over there. Why should we be dragged into it anymore? We had a bad experience in Afghanistan. We have a bad experience in Iraq. Once again, as taxpayers, we have to fund all these things. But none of this needs to happen when it comes to Iran. But you cannot hope to have an equal playing field where you don't empower the people of Iran without taking the teeth or the fangs out of this tiger that the regime is. It has to be declawed, literally. So you cannot have a chance of bringing real change in nations that want to have change by continuing to, in fact, reward this regime by giving them more means that they shouldn't have had in the first place. And that's the question that many Iranians ask. It says, you're not punishing the regime, you're in fact emboldening them by giving them more means to carry out their, sinister goals.
You bring up the point that many of us Americans are tired of wars. We are also financially in distress. Right now, our borders are porous. We have many problems here in America. And the idea of having to get involved in wars across the globe seems overwhelming as an understatement. And we're not sure if that's really our priority, because our priority has to be to take care of our own right now. And I'm curious, what is your answer to the possibility that we don't engage? What would happen if, we build a border here, we secure our country, we focus on America, and we let the Middle East deal with the Middle East? What would that look like?
Okay. First, I would say that America might say, well, we want to leave them alone. They won't leave you alone. That's the first thing. They're still coming after you.
How?
So by knowing that the biggest success that they can have is to pretty much defeat what they always said from get-go, the great Satan, America, which is why they have always had such a hostile, antagonistic, as an ideological system against the West, represented chiefly by America. But I understand. I'm a taxpayer here. I don't want my money to end up being spent on wasted resources either. But you should not assume that the issue in Iran has to be a war. And let me explain you why. Because the dynamics of change in Iran is a matter of what is the agent for change in Iran? What is the element that can bring down the system? It's no other than the Iranian people themselves. It's your natural army on the ground already, except for they are fighting the fight with no support whatsoever. You won't need to engage America in any kind of conflict. In fact, I would be opposed in principle in any kind of foreign intervention. But I do believe that if you bring in the necessary element of pressure on the regime, equaling the playing field for Iranians, you don't have to do anything much more than that, because the rest will be done by the people themselves. But we need to have a major shift in policy that has yet to exist in the Western world, because they're still in the mindset of cutting a deal and compromise and expecting behavior change, which was a flawed expectation to begin with, and simply proves there's a great deal of naivete in understanding that the DNA of this regime is one that it cannot be compatible and coexisting in the world as we know it. Because in their view, it's either you or them. There's no gray area. Therefore, what it is that, let's say, America could do
Yes.
to make a difference. Not just America, but America chiefly because, when America leads, others probably follow. And the sense that I have always suggested a two-pronged approach, a parallel approach. One is a campaign of maximum pressure on the regime. That means in the form of sanctions, in forms of, example, putting the IRGC, which America has done that already. Your allies in Europe have yet to do that. But that simply means you're bringing more way of curtailing the regime's ability to have access in resources or do anything that they do regionally by the proxies or back home. Parallel to that, you have to have a component of maximum support. Let me give you two tacit examples. One of the key issues for those of us trying to coordinate efforts in terms of organizing whatever we need to organize against the regime is communication, which is vital. Access to the internet, free flow of information. And these are the kind of things that will facilitate Iranians not to be detached from the world and be disconnected from the world, which is something the regime is attempting to do all the time. And parallel to that, maybe find ways of giving financial means and support to encourage and assist in the case of labor strikes, which I think is the quickest way to paralyze the regime from within, by finding a way to fund it without a penny of American or others' tax dollars be spent on. How? There are many frozen assets, which is the Iranian people's money in the first place, that can be repurposed or allocated to support such campaigns of civil disobedience. All of this will contribute to a complete, leverage issue. But it's also important because when people see light at the end of the tunnel, when they see that there's actual solidarity, this time with them, finally, after 4 decades, when they see that this time the world is serious about telling the people of Iran, we had enough with this regime, we had given them ample opportunities to come clean, and they haven't. Meanwhile, the conflict is escalating, and this may become pretty soon an unavoidable conflict. The only solution that remains is put an end to this regime, but by helping the Iranian people bringing it down. But that requires some support. Many of these campaigns in other countries did not succeed without tacit support from the free world. The same case applies to Iran. And in that sense, you don't have to engage your troops. You don't have to spend your own money, but you can find ways of actually helping those campaigns within Iran to finally have a chance to be successful. It also facilitates the transition post-regime. Because I know that some of the concern is, are we going to have a scenario of chaos? Is it going to be a vacuum that is not filled? Are we going to have some situation of anarchy and instability? Well, what I'm suggesting is that this strategy includes a controlled implosion with a plan for transition post-regime into the next phase and has its component. And it also includes maximum defections from the regime, because unlike what happened, example, what happened post-Saddam Hussein in Iraq and de-Baathification, which was disastrous in terms of consequence, this time we're not saying that everybody on the job has to disappear. So long as their hand is not soiled in Iranian people's blood, they can survive regime change and they can have a place and a role to play in the future. So you're talking about a national reconciliation based on amnesty and not revenge, not on retribution, while justice can still exist for people who have to seek that. But in the spirit of more of a sort of what happened in the case of South Africa, truth and reconciliation, those kind of approaches, which means that this is the path of least resistance for those who can now join us, who are disillusioned, former reformists, who know that now we have to go beyond this regime, which is the collective ask of Iran. And in that sense, the world is lagging behind. Iranians today have come to the conclusion that as much as they try to reform this regime, it cannot happen, and are fed up with it. And they want to move beyond that. And that's where you have to connect the dots and see, as a matter of foreign policy, as a Western democracy, with the values that we all cherish, which is the same thing the Iranian people want, why are we wasting time trying to reason with a regime that in its entire comportment is the most alien to these values? And we as Iranians, and me having lived in this country for almost 4 decades, and appreciate everything that is incorporated in your system of justice and separation of powers and the guarantees that exist and the institutions and the role of media and this and that. And we would like to be able to do the same thing for ourselves in Iran. We are natural partners in this. Mm-hmm. And I'm just conveying to you a message on behalf of millions of my compatriots to say, if not now, when? How many more generations have to be sacrificed? How much more do we have to endure? And Americans should not think that by not us doing something, we won't be engaged. You'll be dragged into it whether you liked it or not. It will still impact you economically because the regime continues to, for instance, by supporting the Houthis, certainly disrupting maritime traffic. Certainly it has an impact on oil prices and what have you. So it's not like America can all of a sudden go into some sort of a introverted mode that we are disconnecting from everything else and then we'll be fine. That's not going to be the reality of things. But if you want to minimize the cost for yourself in terms of your national security interests, in terms of your economic interests, I'll go beyond about what it is that you're missing. Imagine the potential that would be good for American entities and business if tomorrow Iran opens its door and says, we are open for business, come and invest and help us rebuild our country. And it's a win-win situation. So we need to start thinking what a different Iran could provide in terms of our interests, rather than, well, we don't want to be dragged into conflict anymore. Because that means that nobody thinks beyond the status quo. And we should start talking about beyond the status quo.
You bring up an interesting point, and that is, even if we don't want to engage with Iran, and Iran is already engaged with us. And I think we've seen, especially lately, that they have been very much embedded into our institutions here in the United States, certainly in the West, very much so in Europe. So we've seen what they've been doing on college campuses. Just the other day, there was an intelligence leak about, the Israeli potential attack came out of the United States. How embedded do you think Iran is already in American institutions where we need to be concerned and maybe even on alert?
Well, I think the footprint is becoming more and more vivid. They are committed to that. They know what the weaknesses are in this country and they're taking full advantage of it. You're not dealing with a dumb enemy.
What are the weaknesses that you think they're taking advantage of?
I think the fact that it's a little bit of a naive thought that they will not try to influence through their lobbies, what happens. You brought it up yourself. It's not only that, there are many other things as well, but they're at work. They're not only doing work regionally. They try to go as far as they can to Latin America even, and many places, as you mentioned, in Europe. So everything to try to have a role that influences maybe the wrong way in public opinion. Khamenei had multiple offices in Europe through which they fund so-called organization for this and that, but in reality, they're doing the regime's bidding in antagonizing foreign citizens, journalists, the Jewish community, or what have you. And now, most recently, we can see they're also trying to use. Of course, it's not just Iran. There's a lot of Qatari money into it as well. But there is a lot of effort going into that. They're not just relying on propaganda. They actually spend a lot of resources and time to bring up these kind of elements on foreign soil.
And the reason they are doing this is because they want to expand their political radical Islam to the entire world. I mean, that is the reason they're doing this.
It's not even for Iran. They don't care about Iran. They're using every resource that Iran has, not for the benefit of Iranians, but to, in fact, finally get that world dominance in terms of, in their minds, mind you, creating this sort of modern-day caliphate. That's the ultimate goal. And the final frontier for them to ultimately win is, of course, ultimately America, which was the first target from the beginning. Death to America was the first slogan coming out of the regime's mouth. It was not just a slogan. They actually mean it. They actually mean it because their ideology cannot survive together with America and what it stands for. It cannot.
Mm-hmm. They're in complete opposite ideology. Why are they so obsessed with Israel? I have a hard time reconciling the hatred that we're seeing from the Islamic regime towards Israel. And I tried to study up on it. I mean, Cyrus of Persia was very good to the Jews and actually recognized that Israel is the Jewish homeland. He sent them back there. Your father had a good relationship with Israel. The conflict between Iran and Israel seems to be somewhat of a new conflict. And I'm curious, why is Iran so obsessed with spending so many resources on destroying Israel?
Well, obviously, it's extremely based on this virulent ideology, which goes even beyond anti-Semitism. It's one way to say if we can defeat and destroy Israel as one of the most solid allies of America, that's another knockout punch to America as part of their tactics and strategy. And so Israel has been targeted from the very beginning. And what's interesting in the meantime, and again, this is something that I want to insist, especially for your audience and Americans who may not know that the regime from the very beginning tried to create that atmosphere of indoctrination of Iranian youth into being hating Jews or hating Israel or hating America. And, if you talk to people who at the time were kids in Iran, what they were taught in school, they had to stand there and chant all these slogans, which is obviously not what they believe. And we saw footages of Iranians in different universities or public areas where the American flag or the Israeli flag is actually printed on the ground, and the regime wants people to actually trample on it. And you can see people purposefully avoiding doing that. And that's a signal to you guys outside. Say, hey, the regime wants us to chant these slogans, but that's not what we believe. So that again shows that part of the entire dominance in a way of having one dominant ideology, antagonizing other religions. And I think the most obvious target for them is obviously Israel. So that perhaps to some extent explains that. But, I don't think we should spend too much time about what this regime is in terms of being evil. I think we should concentrate on what the Iranian people are in contrast to the regime. The exact opposite of what this regime is projecting. Iranians are peace-loving. Iranians have no quarrels with our neighbors. In fact, we believe that it is only out of cordial cooperations and relation that we can really thrive in the region. And that's on the basis of amicable relations based on mutual respect, completely different than what this regime is projecting. Iranians are tired of conflict. Iranians have been impoverished in the name of whatever this regime has been claiming. Today, the latest figures as in preparation or in anticipation of a potential conflict, the Iranian market has been on the crash side for the last week. As of today, it reached almost 70,000 2 months for $1, which means that our currency since the revolution has been devaluated 10,000 times what it was worth. And Iranians are not seeing the benefit of this policy of engaging, JCPOA with the promise of that money hasn't gone to the Iranian people. And Iranians soon realized that, none of this is benefiting us. So in that mindset, this is where we stand right now. And there is opportunities to make all of this change based on a complete shift of policy. So we're spending, I think, way too much time talking about the negativity of this regime and impact on the region, as opposed to spend more time on, where's the solution and what we can do about it? Because there is a solution for it. But I don't hear it being talked about as much, whether in American media or in government. And I think that's the part that we need to catch up to as far as where America stands in how to deal with this situation.
Now, I think what we'd want to understand is, do the young Iranians, which the majority of the population is under 35, do they have the appetite and the stomach to fight against the regime? Because we know there's going to be bloodshed. They know that too, and they're probably afraid. And so the question is, if the West does whatever it needs to do, and we can get into that a little bit more, what exactly, is effective. But if the West does everything that you envision that we should do in the West, do the Iranians themselves have the stomach to really fight? Or have they been despaired by what they saw happen with the other students in the Masha Amini and all of that? Are you hearing from them that they are willing to actually fight for the change.
Well, Marissa, they have. The whole point is that they have, with no support whatsoever. And despite the fact that they've been thrown under the bus more than once, and still they're out there fighting. They're still out there doing the fight as I speak to you. And the thing is that, of course, they have the stomach for it. It's not a question of whether or not they want that to happen. But when you have such a brave citizenry that despite all odds are still fighting there, can you not respond to their call for help, for support? Because you know what the address is.
Mm-hmm.
You know who it is that you're supposed to be supporting and empowering. And so that's very important. In every campaign that was based on a nonviolent change, there was a tacit support from the Western free world. I mean, I don't know where Nelson Mandela or, for that matter, Václav Havel or Lech Walesa would have ended without at some point having that element of support. And Iranians are already doing that. Mahsa and her peers, of course, were the victims of this regime. And it prompted an explosion of reaction. One thing that I can tell you is that over the years, the separation of every time there was some kind of a campaign or movement have been reduced drastically and are much more frequent and repeated all the time.
That's true.
Which means, in fact, that not only they haven't lost hope, but they're resilient in continuing the fight.
Yeah.
So that is one factor that you should consider. We simply need to equal the playing field for them so they have an actual chance for succeeding. And that's where the West has failed us so far, in not coming to realization that the solution does not lie in trying to yet again cut a deal with a regime that you cannot trust at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Do you
As
think,
opposed to investing on people who think like you, want the same thing that you have for themselves, and are your natural allies.
so do you think that when the West applied sanctions on Iran and then did a deal with Iran, and in return for that, they were pouring concrete into their nuclear reactors, and when we kind of let go a little bit and allowed them to gain more money, were they tricking us? Were they continuing to build nuclear facilities? Were we duped at that point? What should we have done differently?
Well, the IAEA has many times put out reports of how they were stopped from inquiring further into what is really happening behind the scene. So, there might be an appearance of things by the regime, but there's a lot of stuff that they do behind the scene that has yet to be actually verified. So there's been always that sort of opaque non-transparency, which leads to being not trustworthy at the end of the day what they do. Of course, they can manufacture a lot of sort of staging it or in appearances and what have you. But again, it's recognizing the nature of the regime. Because when you talk about the nuclear threat, I can use the analogy of it's not the weapon, but the finger on the trigger that you should be worried about. And in that sense, can this regime be trusted at all? Now, when you mentioned the issue of sanctions, again, I must say that a lot of people have been asking, are sanctions effective? Is it worth it? I would say if you are still in the mindset that your strategy for imposing sanctions is to force them back to the negotiation table to change their behavior, you're wasting your time. If you're saying, can sanctions hurt the people? I think the Iranian people know that regardless of whether there are sanctions or not, they don't benefit as a result. But they might as well tighten the belt with the hope that pressure will actually finally put an end to the regime. That's the price they're willing to pay. So therefore, the sanctions should not be the ends, but a means to an end of bringing an actual regime change in Iran. And I'm using the regime change word on purpose because it's got a bad name because you poorly executed it in other places. Just because you didn't do it the right way in Iraq doesn't mean that it's the wrong concept that should be abandoned. It is a necessity. But it's the way you do it and how you go about it that makes the whole difference. In terms of policy, whether they were Democrats or Republicans in the White House, they didn't perform that well, even when 9/11 happened. Example, Afghanistan. Example, Iraq. But Iran is a completely different story in many ways. And that's why I'm telling you that there is a solution at the end of the day which simplifies the matter. It's just a matter of who you choose to support and who you stop trying to insist on changing their attitude or behavior. That ship has sailed, literally. But now we are facing prospect of escalation of conflict. That is something that won't disappear by itself. But at the end of the day, the escalation is as a result of the regime in Tehran still. Whether Israel has to respond or the rest of the region has to respond or there's a tit for tat, it's not going to die away. It's not by saying, let's have a ceasefire. They won't stop. They may retreat. And in fact, tactically, the regime has retreated several times for two reasons. Number one, they understand strength. Every time you showed strength vis-a-vis them, they backed off. Not because they changed their idea, but because they reckon, okay, let's just pull back.
They have a lot of patience.
Yeah. In fact, if you look at the statistics of the number of executions in Iran from the time of the Obama administration and the Biden administration during the Trump administration, it was literally half the amount of people executed in Iran between these two administrations. What does that tell you? That if you're not tough vis-a-vis them, they don't feel any pressure. And of course, they will become even more virulent. They will become even more, I'm talking about the financial component of it.
Right.
Money that the regime should not have had if the oil sanctions were actually implemented, which they were not. So in excess of $150 billion, money in the hands and the pockets of a regime that used it not to feed hungry mouths in Iran, but in fact, support their proxies that may have in fact led to the October 7th attack against Israel.
What is your reaction to now the Iranians training with the Saudis and doing drills together? Seems very alarming.
I'm not sure if it's because of the Iranian initiative or the fact that as a means of frustration that no clear action emanates from the West, what are the Saudis supposed to do in the meantime? Try to de-escalate in some way. I don't think that Saudis actually think that they can come and see eye to eye with the regime, but they are responding to the immediate state of affairs. But I think, if anything, it's all tactical, but it doesn't change the nature of the challenge that we face. And I think still the problem is that this regime, especially now that its proxies have been amputated, it has now the only means and recourse to, instead of playing through the proxies, so they gain advantage without assuming direct responsibility, now they have to attack themselves directly, which explains perhaps why they actually decided to launch those missiles against Israel.
Despite all the terrifying news, I'm grateful to be sitting with you in a moment where you sound pretty optimistic, actually, because you feel like the citizens have an appetite to fight. You feel like you're at a moment where Israel has an appetite to defend itself, I guess. Maybe the United States is going to wake up and also help vis-a-vis sanctions or other concepts and ideas that you've outlined. And so let's go into the vision of optimism for Iran, the new Iran. What does that look like, and what role do you play in it?
Well, recently, before I answer this question, I sent a message addressed to our neighbors in the region, which was very well received. In the very same context of, imagine what a different Iran would mean to all of you in terms of our relationship with the Saudis, with the Israelis, and why it is that why everybody is feeling constantly under fear of what's this regime next move or what have you, how different it could be. That is part of the whole dynamics for that change. What is a different Iran? A different Iran, a secular, democratic Iran, is going to be a country that proved before the revolution that it could have cordial relations with our neighbors, which we did. And it could be even better in the future, because now we are living in a world where, Iran was still part of a world where it was very bipolar. I mean, the West versus the Soviet Union, it was a very different, in a geopolitical way of looking at the situation. And the fact that oil was such a big factor and the whole dynamics of, what the West had to do to make sure that it has access to that energy. And that has always been one of the factors in the Middle East. But Now you're seeing changes in societies. You're talking about steps taken towards liberalization. What MBS is doing in Saudi Arabia in terms of advancing more and more liberalization in some form, which we've never seen that in recent history happen in the Arab world. This means that today's youth in Iran or in Abu Dhabi or in Riyadh or in any of the other countries are more in that mindset. And I think a lot of it has been the impact of understanding that, of course, countries have their own cultures and their own thing, but at the end, the common ask is the same. And social media, I think, has played a great role in that, bringing people closer to one another. And I think in terms of that, Israelis know what the Iranian people feel about them, and likewise. And only in recent years, in recent months, have we seen a far more evident symbolic gestures vis-a-vis that. The kind of slogans that people chant in Iran, the kind of responses that we hear from the Israeli side. I myself, when I was in Israel about a year and a half ago, when I was talking to actual average Israeli citizens completely spontaneously, how much affection they had for Iran and Iranians, and dreaming of the day that we will have finally, beyond this regime, this liberation that will bring us as people together. And the same sentiments probably exist also in the Arab world next door to us.
How did the Israelis receive you when you went there?
Extremely warmly. And of course, what's interesting is that from a historical perspective, I think I was the highest ranking Iranian ever to visit Israel.
Uh-huh.
Ever since the temple was helped be rebuilt by Cyrus the Great, when the Jews in Babylon were freed, and he helped rebuild their temple. So it was very significant from a historical standpoint, but it was really a message of, we value all these principles of freedom of religion. I made it a point to go to the prayer wall in Jerusalem. I made it a point to visit the Haifa temple of the Baha'is. I made it a point to go to the Vatican. I made it a point to go and visit a Zoroastrian temple in Houston. The point is, this is what Iran was like. Multi-ethnic, multi-religious, a true melting pot, long before America even existed.
And it could be that again?
And it could be that again and more, not just for our sake, but for the sake of our region itself. And this is the future that I see, that we can utilize our combined resources, not to buy arms to fire bullets and missiles at each other, but spending on education, on welfare, on, things that people need. Dealing with the crisis that we face, like the water crisis, for instance. I think one of the best experts in the field happen to be Israelis that have the technologies. I want to have Israel as partners to help us manage this and make use of their, knowledge, as opposed to be a regime that says they have to be wiped off from the face of the earth. I think most Iranians think like me, not like Khamenei. Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah. Who do you think should lead Iran into the future if the people actually win and get what they need and what they want and what they truly deserve? Is it someone like your grandfather who was really tough? Is it somebody like your father who is very much in the modern mindset? Is it a Cyrus type? What is it? Is it somebody who's from Iran? Is it somebody like you who's lived in the West for 40 years? What do you think the best leader for Iran should look like?
Well, I don't know if it's a matter of describing what the next leader should look like, but what it is that our country needs to make sure that we can finally establish a system that is durable, sustainable, to the best interest of the nation. And in my view, I think that for a country or a region who, in terms of the mentality, have always been more individual-centric in terms of leadership, it is time that we become much more system-centric, where the role of the individual, albeit in terms of having high impact, becomes less and less a necessity, because now you're relying on structure and institutions that you need to strengthen. That's my approach of how I perceive how Iran could be strengthened. So you don't have to depend and hold your breath between one leader and the other. and how good of a job he may or not, or she may do or not. So in that mindset, I think that part of the next day is to demonstrate that we start moving towards not only addressing the immediate, governance of the country with a process where you can have, unlike what happened in 1979 at the revolution, where people were really shooting, bullets in the dark, not knowing exactly what it looks like, what is going to be the consequences of that change. I want to have a C-SPAN type debate, constitutional debate, where every citizen can monitor and understand exactly what is being proposed in terms of what final shape the regime in Iran should take, how the Constitution incorporates the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in terms of making sure that we put a complete end to any form of discrimination, and it's based in the law and the law of the land. And also for people to have a chance to actually have a real choice between what is the final best model. So I think that as far as it relates to me and my role, I'm only focused on being able to be, because of the trust that they put in me and because of what I've been asked to intervene, to be able to lead this transition, to help with this process. So finally, Iranians say, you know what? Now we finally have decided in a completely free and fair system of elections, our future and its leadership. And I think that I'm much more interested to focus on citizens taking a responsibility for their choice, rather than having to rely on somebody else to make all the necessary choices, if that makes any sense for you. I'm not saying that leadership is not necessary. I simply think that by strengthening the institution, you have much better chance of succeeding in actually installing a true secular democratic system that should go beyond the role of one individual. That's what I'm trying to work with people to understand, that as much as it's important to have leaders to step in, and I'm not shying away from that part, but I think it is important to understand the vision that I propose, that we would not have solved long-term the problem if you are looking for just a momentarily change, but we need to make that systemic. I really believe that we should not make the role of individuals more important than the role of institutions. It's a process, but that's my ultimate goal in.
Do you have people in mind who you believe could help build those systems? I mean, this is, I guess, a typical CEO question that I have as somebody who's built an organization. If you come in and you say, okay, we're going to start new, there's going to be a new process, and we're going to build a new process. You need those great minds. You need those great facilitators and doers. Are these people that you are aware of? Do you have some thoughts about that? And do you see yourself as kind of the great organizer? Are you more of the figurehead because you give so much hope, and you're their blood and the legacy, or do you see yourself doing both, where you're both the blood, the legacy, and the figurehead, but you in your mind have some people who you can recommend for the citizens to listen to and rely on to build anew?
Yeah, it's pretty much what you just said. Look, for instance, I think that the most obvious thing is we're talking about liberty, we're talking about the human rights, we're talking about democracy. At the end of the day, it's motherhood and apple pie. But does that put food on the table? Mm-hmm. People want to understand the mechanics of change, how we have a plan for Iran's recovery, how it's going to include opportunities for them to finally gain employment, be able to, feed their family and prosper. But that has to be something well beyond writing a constitution and voting in free elections. It has to be the understanding of what it takes to rebuild that country. What kind of investment has to come in? What's the role of, let's say, entrepreneurs or specialists in their fields, companies, technologies, everything that had the dynamics of that ultimately will tell somebody who lives in Balochistan, totally impoverished, how can I find an opportunity to have a job? So one day maybe Elon Musk come and say, maybe I put a Tesla plant in that area. Mm-hmm. Why not? And, but it's connecting with the people so they understand how that change can actually happen. So I'm trying to identify key players, whether it's in the political field or in the private sector in terms of the economic aspects. I'm working and talking to and consulting with specialists, legal experts. For instance, we talk about truth and reconciliation and a legal process for that, or people who are already thinking of constitutional projects as a proposed, project to start debating on. Economic experts who are working on strategy. What's the first 100 days going to look like? How are we going to sustain ourselves? Because sanctions are not going to be lifted overnight, and we need some revenue to keep the country running while we are addressing, what it is that politically we want to do for the country. All of these things have their own department and components. So you identify, and once people understand the game plan and the roadmap, they'll find their lane in which they can best contribute. So I'm trying to bring that into the equation. That is multidimensional. And of course, we have two separate phases. The first phase in which we currently are is what we do between now until we finally bring this regime to its knees and it's not there anymore. And then we kick into the period of transition, which of course has its own strategy and roadmap. And this is in constant consultation with our activists at home, people abroad, and the diaspora is beginning to become more and more interested because now they're beginning to see, but we have to be ready for the takeover. And that's how you engage people into this discourse and these discussions.
What role do you think the Iranians in the diaspora would play? Do you think they would be eager to invest, go home, get involved, help? Are they still feeling connected to Iran where they would be willing, because many of them, like you, have lived here in America or in Europe. Do you think they will pour back into the country?
I have not heard so far any member of the diaspora, whether here in America or in Europe, say that if Iran changes, I have no interest whatsoever to help it be reconstructed. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to relocate to Iran, but there's so much they can contribute. But they also know one thing, that so long as this regime is there, not much can happen. So they're really waiting to see what's going to happen, to see when they can start contributing back to our country's progress. But I'm telling you, I've never heard any Iranians, whether as an entrepreneur or somebody running a business, or to say, I once was in Iran, I migrated here, now I'm connected to this country, which is my host country, and I never think back and look back to my country of origin. I have seldom found that to ever happen. Which again shows that Iranians have that sense of, I guess, inherited sense of patriotism in some way. You may be now a citizen of America or Canada or France, but you're still, at the end of the day, that Iranianness in you that is there. They can't help it. I can't help it. It's in me.
May I ask you then a somewhat of a controversial question, given that you've lived here in the United States for 40 years, and congratulations, I know your daughter is going to get married to an American. Do you identify more as an American or more as a Persian Iranian?
When I think of Iran, and I think that it's a country that we deserve better as a nation than what we have, I think it's three things that is important to them. First and foremost is freedom. Goes without saying. Second of all, they want to be accounted for and involved. So representation and participation. And perhaps the most important element is a sense of human dignity. It doesn't matter if you're Persian or American. I think we think it's important. It's part of this. And Iranians feel that they have lost all that they were, and they are dying to prove to the contrary of the perception that we are not that. And how could you possibly turn your back on that? I haven't. I've dedicated my entire life, not because there's something in it for me. That's not at all my ambition. But because I think, especially when I see the Mahsas and the Nikas, the way they're sacrificed, they deserve better. But I have acquired so much knowledge. I have tremendous amount of respect and admiration for the American people and what you have accomplished, albeit in 1/10 of Iranian's history in terms of duration. But what it is that is valuable in terms of understanding how you make citizens hold their leaders accountable. And you have the mechanics for it. You have a checks and balance system. You have the various institutions. And that's how you really build those institutions. This is a wealth of information that I, and not just me, more than 1 million Iranians who live in the United States have learned living in this country or other free democratic country. That's a wealth of information and knowledge and know-how that you can bring back to have that impact on the minds of Iranians who have always dreamed of the same liberties but never experienced it. We have. And that's the best antidote to that poisonous ideological brainwashing that the regime tried to do and has, of course, failed. Because people don't believe anymore all the lies that they were told at the very beginning. So it's very clear to them. So it's no longer a matter of hoping for it. I go beyond hope. I tell my fellow Iranians, you know what? I want you to move the needle from hope to belief. That's not a matter of hoping for a better future, but starting to believe that, hell, we can actually do it. We have the means, we have the resources, we have the talent, we have the know-how, we have what it takes, the ingredients for change, but we need to have an opportunity to do it. And I think once we're there, then for the first time we say, you know what? I take responsibility for it as an Iranian citizen. I'm not going to blame it on the Americans or the Russians or anybody else, sort of a self-pity type mode that we have often seen. We stand up there, we own it, as you say it here, because we know that finally it's our free will and choice in complete element of, how people know that this time their vote counts and is accounted for. That's my vision of a future Iran.
Well, Your Highness, you truly touched my heart. I will be praying for your people and for you and for the women. I think about the women in Iran that deserve better, the young daughters and the moms, and the people in general. I love your people. I love your food. As I mentioned earlier, I love the kindness and the warmth, and I had a feeling that I'm going to end with a thank you, and so I opened with a thank you, and I'll end with a thank you. And God bless you, and God bless your people, and may we just see peace, because that's at the end of the day, I believe what God wants. God wants all of his children to live in peace together, and so that we all prosper equally. And so bless you and thank you.
As my mother coined this phrase, light will triumph over darkness. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. And Iran should be a beacon of light in the Middle East, as it deserves to be. For those who want to continue to understand what is happening in the region, because now we understand how it really does impact us even here at home. And we do know that there is Iranian propaganda on social media. What would you recommend for people like me who are really curious and want to stay tuned in to what's happening? Where can we get truth and information?
There are many verified and trusted, outlets that we can recommend. I will certainly do my part in providing you with that information. If they want to also follow my activities, I can share my website, which is rezapahlavi.org. And in it is listed all of my various platforms, Instagram, X, and others. And, what I'm posting every day there. So, that would be a way for them to maybe find out a little bit more about.
Yeah, well, I certainly will be following. If you're going to share some progress with us, I think will be very interesting.
Of course, we will do that.
Well, Crown Prince, Your Highness, it's been a great pleasure. Bless you. And thank you again for everything that you're doing for humanity.
Thank you so much. I'm only doing my duty as a concerned patriot, but also not just for Iran, but I think something that could be a game changer for our world that doesn't want to see this sinister aspect of conflict and chaos and, living in threat of the next terrorist attack and what have you. But a world we can finally say, we can have really genuine peace for all concerned.
Amen.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are on this beautiful planet. Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran over the last few hours have been having a face-off with the drones over the Strait of Hormuz near the Persian Gulf, both conducting surveillance for a potential military action. Of course, the Americans are also expecting a preemptive attack by the Iranian regime, but at the same time, the Islamic Republic are preparing for the blockade, the naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Also, a couple of hours ago, we got confirmation from the IRGC, multiple explosions at the Parchin nuclear facilities, but they do have their reasoning, so we're going to explain that as well. The tensions and the face-off between the drones, both the Americans and the Islamic Republic, is now, I think, is still might be ongoing. We're going to go to the live map, of course, the flight radar, but let's quickly talk about what is happening. So a major blast initially was reported just outside the Parchin nuclear site in Iran. Now, there were a lot of speculations. There was a lot of fake news on social media saying, oh, that the attack has already started, or this happened, or that happened. No, there was absolutely no evidence of any attack. But the explosions, well, the first one happened, and then the second one happened. The moment the second one happened, I knew, this is classic IRGC conducting their weapons testings. Then the IRGC themselves also confirmed, the Quds Force confirmed the explosions heard at the Parchin nuclear facility. They said that, well, we will send you more updates, but then the reasoning was that they were conducting weapons testing and, of course, missile tests. And they have been doing a number of air defense system testing as well, drilled in Tehran and other cities. But what we've been seeing over the last few days is no longer the Islamic regime in Iran conducting any level of self-defense sort of testing. Everything we've been seeing and hearing is more on the offensive part. They are not just ready to defend themselves, as they would claim, but they are ready to attack. Now, whether that's the US bases, whether that's Israel, or as they claim, USS Abraham Lincoln, good luck with that. But that's what they're going to be doing, and that's what the testings are probably about. But in terms of the situation with the drones, so the Islamic regime have also now been mobilizing their drone carrier, the Shahid Bagheri, that obviously transports the Shahid drones. This is the threat that they've been sending towards USS Abraham Lincoln, saying we're ready to respond any aggression. We can show you the footage from the Islamic Republic State TV with English subtitles on this issue.
ما الان روی ناو پهپادبر شهید باقری هستیم.
That's the drone carrier.
پهپادهای جاسم چه زیبا.
Apparently they're beautiful.
چقدر خوشگلن.
He's talking about how beautiful the drones are.
دوستان پهپاد از نزدیک.
I've seen better drones.
پهپاد من پهپاد.
اینا پهپاد M6
دوستان پهپاد.
M6 مهاجر 6
مهاجر 6
اینجا کام ضعیف باندشه 185 متر طول باندشه پهپاد به این صورت تیکاف میکنه اینها ترمز
So amateurish.
سه تا ترمز میگیرنش اینم آسانسورشه
خدا قوت به نخبگان داخلی خودمون.
God bless our
ما
domestic
توی
military.
جهان و توی پهپاد حرف برای گفتن داریم.
If only you could actually understand the original language and what she's actually saying, because obviously you can translate this, right? It sounds even more ridiculous in Persian than when you translate it in English. That, oh, we're so good. We are guys. We're so good at technology. We're big players in the world. But it doesn't really matter. The drone carriers, using the drones, Shahid drones, M6, whatever they have, it doesn't really matter. Because we now have also breaking news, semi-breaking news, it happened earlier on, that in fact, the President of the United States, when he announced that the Islamic Republic want to talk, they are desperate, they are begging for mercy and everything else. So the White House, as we reported last night, they went back with a list of demands in order to propose a deal for the Islamic Republic. And this is exactly what I said they should do. I did say that the Americans need to propose a deal to the Islamic Republic to corner them, to trap them. And it's happened. So they said, obviously, unconditional surrender, give up your proxies, give up your nuclear, give up your missiles. And now we can confirm that the Islamic Republic have officially rejected the talks with the United States. They're going to come back, by the way. They're going to come back to try to buy time, but they have rejected those demands. Now, going back to the drones, the evidence from their live map and flight radar confirmed that both the Islamic Republic and US drones active at the same time over the Strait of Hormuz, in between the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf. Now, clearly, in terms of the surveillance that they are both doing at the same time, it's definitely not a coincidence. I mean, it could be a coincidence, but highly unlikely. Something happened near the Strait of Hormuz, some sort of movement that both the United States and the Islamic Republic were quite keen on to find out what is going on. Both of them clearly monitoring each other's movements at the same time. And we will also show you guys the situation with the live map. One of the drones is still actually up. So obviously the mainstream media are not really covering any of this nonsense. So we will show you guys the evidence of the live map right now. You can see one drone still here in the Persian Gulf. That is the United States, US Navy, and also another one here that is the Shadow 3 one. So we had the Sepah one, which is the Sepah is the Persian version of the IRGC, basically, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. That drone has now gone, but we got this one, obviously, and we've got the Shadow 3, which is on this side of the Persian Gulf. They were all around here until earlier on, and now they have moved. But they're still basically doing surveillance. The face-off has been going on over the last few hours. But CENTCOM have now released a new statement, the Central Command of the United States, saying that the U.S. Air Force Central is now conducting a multi-day readiness exercise to demonstrate the ability to deploy, disperse, and sustain combat air power across the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility. So this is what we initially actually reported 2 days.
He's buffering for me, guys. Give me a moment.
Days ago, that the US were going to start conducting their multi-day military exercise. This is essentially just primarily for the air combat. If the Islamic Republic decide to deploy fighter jets or anything else that they have, it's not really just in terms of the missiles. So drones and fighter jets, in case things do kick off around the Persian Gulf, in the southern parts of Iran, then obviously the Americans are now doing a multi-day exercise. When we reported that this was going to happen, because we had our sources anyway, there were a lot of people saying, no, this is just nonsense, it's fake news. Well, it's now been confirmed by Central Command. We tend to be slightly earlier than the rest of them when it comes to the mainstream. But should we go back to the Islamic Republic State TV? Because what they have now done, it is fascinating. They broadcast footage claiming that they're an underground cruise missile base with thousands of missile launchers, showing that the ballistic missiles that fired towards the Gulf of Oman. This one also has English subtitles, but it's important to take it with a pinch of salt. So they are claiming that they have thousands of missile launchers. The Israelis did manage to destroy a lot of the missile launchers during the 12-day war, but they say that they have been building with the help of China and Russia. Let's go to the IRGC TV.
چقدر موشک همم کروز
ببینید اینجا بخشی از سامانه‌های موشکی نیروی دریایی سپاه.
Anti-destroyer cruise. These are the ones they want to use against Abraham Lincoln, USS Abraham Lincoln. Create a hell for enemy vessels. Paper Tigers. Yeah. So they're also talking about the intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yeah.
هر کجایی که میتواند باشد مثل این شکل گرفته.
They have definitely rebuilt their missile launchers, as you can see.
کیلومترها تونل در دل زمین، بسیار بزرگتر از آن که بشود در قاب دوربین به تصویرش کشید.
Now, they spend more time editing videos like this than actually do anything. It's always been the same for the past 47 years. Someone said, I bet it's AI. It's not AI, it's real. But it could also be editing. It's so weird. But this also shows the tunnel networks that they have created, sort of like in Gaza with Hamas, but this is more advanced. The tunnel networks in Iran is definitely more advanced than what you saw in Gaza, because they have full control of Iran. They can do whatever they want over the last few decades. IRGC Navy.
یه قابلیت‌های ضد جمینگ داره.
یعنی با جمینگ نمیتونن منحرفش کنن.
Apparently they can't be jammed. Well done.
از طرفی قدر 380 توانایی هدایت هوشمند تا لحظه اصابت به هدف را دارد. یعنی
They've doubled down apparently. We just got the updates.
از چه مسیری
Well, they're ranting. There's a new video that they have now released. I'm not even going to bother showing this one. This is AI. There we go. That's the test they did in the Gulf of Oman.
قابلیت‌ها روز به روز داره افزایش پیدا میکنه و ما خودمون رو داریم آماده میکنیم برای مقابله با هر دشمنی در هر مقیاسی و هر نوع و در هر جغرافیایی.
Wow. Anyway, so they've just also released a new. I'm not going to show this, but I'm just going to show you the clip. This is basically just been broadcast by the state TV in Iran. A newly released video titled "We Will Not Let Up on You." Showcasing the Islamic Republic's naval arsenal, featuring speedboats designed for swarm attacks and naval mines, drones, and coastal-to-sea missiles. They are threatening to target the US Navy. It's a very, very bad idea. Don't do it. It's not worth it, Khamenei. It's definitely not worth it. You do not want to poke the bear even further. Now, speaking of the bear, and speaking of the US military, we also have the updates. Another US Air Force C-5 Super Galaxy is now en route. It should be close now to the Middle East. They are basically carrying more additional missile defense systems, the hardware, to help repel any potential attack by the Islamic Republic. So the things that they are transferring now, again, it's not offensive, it's more defensive. Again, these are the either the Patriot system or the THAAD systems, THAAD basically. And but we will find out if things do kick off. Obviously, then the Americans, with the help of the Brits, Jordan, and many others, are ready to defend. There is another country that has also joined the coalition, which we'll talk about in a second. And no, it's not Turkey. Obviously, Turkey have a different priority. The Turkish government have now announced that they are preparing a buffer zone between them and Iran in the case of the fall of the Islamic Republic. Now, they are terrified of instability. They're stepping up their security. The border between Iran and Turkey is about 560 kilometers. Yeah, 560 kilometers. And they are basically, what they are claiming, the Turkish government, is that we are getting ready to for any potential flood of migrants and refugees, which is interesting, considering that you're not going to get a wave of migrants from Iran. You're in fact going to get remigration. We've got millions of Iranians, including in Turkey, who are ready to go back to Iran. It is a huge group of Iranians in Turkey because they're the ones who just managed to cross the border. They've been staying in Turkey, waiting for Iran to be free so they could go back home. And you simply have a small group of the actual IRGC, the Islamic Occupying Forces. Now, they do have their families and their relatives. If they are smart, and some of them have been smart, they have already been getting visas, legal visas for them to move to France, to move to Canada, to move to the UK and other places, Moscow. So there's not really going to be a danger with Turkey and the Turkish border in the case of the fall of the Islamic Republic. But of course, protocol is still important. You still have to be just in case. You need to have your borders to be secure. But buffer zone is a little bit of an OTT behavior. It's just crazy stuff. It makes no sense why they want to be seen as we are a big power in the Middle East and we have to protect ourselves. You're not Saudi Arabia. Calm down. Doesn't matter if you are in NATO. You're just barking for no reason. Now, in terms of the Air Force, the latest on the map as well, the movements, the tons of US Air Force also mobilizing opposite Iran, around the Persian Gulf Arab countries. You got MQ-4C Triton Navy drones that are buzzing in the Persian Gulf. And so obviously we also showed you one of them that is still active right now and near, I think it was near UAE at this point. You got the tankers, the KC-135Rs, tankers out of Qatar that have taken off. These are the refueling tankers. You got the C-17 Globemasters that are also basically mobilizing. You got the other fighter jets, the Boeing 737s, and many others still flying around. A lot of it is about the military exercise. A lot of it is still just mobilization, remobilization, essentially. Inside the country in Iran right now, as we speak, the internet shutdown has now reached, I think, day 20. And networks, so there is that over the last few hours, we've seen a bit of a spike, as you can see to the right-hand side on the 27th of January. However, the actual return in terms of the signals hasn't resulted in any normal internet activity. It's extremely filtered and monitored, so people are scared to use the normal internet without VPNs because they are being monitored. And it's not a real spike in terms of the signal, in terms of connectivity in general. This also shows that the Islamic Republic, they are still terrified of unrest and obviously the truth to come out from Iran. They don't want anything to come out of Iran, but information still comes out anyway because of Starlink. The country is still in shutdown. The regime has effectively collapsed because nobody's in charge of running the day-to-day management because schools are closed, businesses are closed. We also can talk about the currency situation. If you remember, about 28 days ago, when this whole thing started, 29 days ago, I can't even remember anymore, we had a bit of a situation. When the uprising began, the result of the collapse of the currency in Iran was a major factor in the final trigger. At the time, the Iranian rial crashed to about 800,000 per dollar, US dollar. Well, we have now reached a new rock bottom in Iran. Rial has now crashed to 1.5 million per US dollar. 1.5. That's insanity. There was a time when it used to be 800, as in 800. It's now 1 million per US dollar. Now, it hasn't really helped. The regime announcing that they are going to be printing money to survive, not really sure who gave them that stupid idea, has not helped with the decline of their currency. The banks are closed. I'm not really sure what the point of it is at this point. Cash machines aren't working. Nothing is working. And you are thinking that you can do economic injection to save yourself. This is just embarrassing. The huge amount of IRGC leaders have already stolen and moved the wealth of the nation out of the country. Trillions has already been moved out. Trillions of dollars has already been moved out of Iran. Now you think you can just print new money? Doesn't really work. Your own people are running away, and you say it's fine, we can make a deal with America. Then they realize the deal that the Americans are talking about is surrender deal. So what is the point? Now the stock market obviously is still down, 4th day in a row. There's no point in the central banks trying to come up with manipulation of the currency. It doesn't work anymore. And in terms of the announcements, it's fascinating because Azerbaijan have now joined the coalition. So they are now joining Jordan and the United Kingdom and UAE to do defense against the Islamic Republic. UAE, obviously, they won't be involved in anything when it comes to offensive attacks. They don't even want the US aircrafts to take off from their land because it's a small country. There will be a massive target. But they will be involved in defense of the bases in the region. Azerbaijan is now the latest addition. So Jordan, Azerbaijan, the United Kingdom, Israel as well. These guys are now part of the coalition to defend against any attack by the Islamic Republic. In terms of the offensive part of the operation, potential operation, is still primarily going to be the US. Behind the US, it will be Israel. The United Kingdom will not get involved in the offensive attacks on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They will just be there for precaution, just in case if something happens to the Western bases in the Middle East. Now, Iranian Americans are also rising up. In the United States, we've got millions of Iranians, and the message is clear. There have been a number of people who've been making the same announcement. I'm going to show you one of them. This Iranian American man telling President Trump that he is ready to suit up and fight with the US against the Islamic Republic. He says that he knows the streets in Tehran, he can take down the regime, he's willing to die serving the United States against the Islamic Republic, and he claims that thousands more like him would also join. So the Iranian Americans, a lot of them born in America, obviously, are ready to volunteer to actually fight so that the rest of the US, the Americans, don't have to sacrifice their lives. Let's go to the guy.
This is a formal request for President Donald Trump, Secretary Hicks, and Secretary Rubio, Persian American here, Iranian American, and I'm ready for deployment. And there are thousands of people who think like me. So please allow us to form a battalion or a brigade and attack the Islamic regime, get deployed in Iran, and help Iranians fight this evil Islamic regime once and for all. The same Islamic regime that's responsible for the death of thousands of Americans. The same Islamic regime that just committed a massacre, a genocide, a democide against Iranians. They say more than 45,000 innocent Iranians are dead. Children, men, women. It's time for us to go in, sir. You promised Iranians, you said, if they execute protesters, you're going to go in and hit them hard. But they just did that. Instead of putting people in the same fake trials that they've been doing for the past 47 years, they just massacred them by hundreds in detention centers. Sir, it's about time to end this evil Shia demonic Islamic regime once and for all. The same way you attack Nigeria and help Nigerian Christians, it's time to do the same thing for Iran. And even more, because this is a universal evil that took form as the evil Islamic regime in Iran. Sir, I know the urban structure of Tehran. I know Tehran. I grew up over there. I can help you. Just give us weapons, tech support, minimal air support, and communication. That's all we need. I'm either going to die over there, fighting against the evil Islamic regime, just like tens of thousands of Iranians who just died, and my body will be mutilated by these demons, but my body will get returned home in our beautiful Star-Spangled Banner, or I'm going to help Iranians free Iran from this Islamic regime. Either way, it will be my honor to serve for the United States of America and to attack and help destroy the Islamic regime in Iran. And I'm ready to give up my life for this. This is a formal request. God bless America. God bless our president. God bless Iran. And God bless all the Iranians who died fighting this Islamic regime and all the Iranians who are still fighting to this day, unarmed, against these demons. Iran will be free soon. Make Iran great again.
This is brilliant. And the messaging is correct because there have been millions of Iranians who moved to the United States to be free over the last 47 years. They have a lot of children who are born there. They have fully integrated. They have American accents. They pay their taxes. They contribute to the economy. And they see themselves as Americans as well. But they also, if there's a time that they will be needed, they are there to volunteer. When you already have the Iranian Americans there, obviously, they can fight with the as part of the U.S. military instead of sending the other American lives to be sacrificed. Now, the situation, as we said, the drones. Oh, there we go. The other one. Oh, it is now in the UAE. So that drone that we mentioned earlier, the U.S. Navy, this is the route that has been taken, by the way. So he started from the UAE, went all the way. I'll just zoom in. There we go. Went all the way around the Strait of Hormuz. This is where it was facing off the Islamic Republic drones, and both conducting surveillance. So that face-off ended. You got the US drone back, and then you have the other drone still here around Bahrain. That's the Shadow 3, which has been operating over here around Bahrain and Saudi. So that is, I mean, everybody was quite interested to see what was actually happening to warrant both the US and the IRGC to launch their drones to do surveillance. So, and it's fascinating that obviously they're not drone attacks, because that would have been a whole different thing. It's a face-off, it's not an attack. Drone face-off, we have seen this between Russia and Ukraine previously, but Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf, very, very sensitive area, because you're not just dealing with two countries bordering each other, because the US is not there. You got multiple countries. Everybody has their own opinions. Everybody has their own paranoia, especially the Qataris and the UAE. Everybody's panicking. But the US said, well, we don't really care. We have to do what we have to do. So right now we have the multi-day military exercise as well. What's that one? Is that the UAE one? Hang on. Why am I clicking on that? There we go. Hang on. So that's the US Navy. There's a US Navy. It's a Boeing one, yeah, which took off from Bahrain earlier. It's been tracked by 3,400 people, and it went close to the Iranian border, Bandar Abbas, and it's now turning around. So obviously there's surveillance, and also just they're helping. There was a lot of tankers, refueling tankers earlier. That was primarily because they were supporting the military exercise by the other Air Force jets and aircrafts. So that is the situation right now on there. In terms of the explosions that we've already seen, the IRGC's excuse for the explosions at the nuclear facilities, 99% they are telling the truth in terms of their weapons testing, because if this were an attack, you would have known this is an attack. In terms of the explosions, you would have, at this point, you would have known. Firstly, you would have seen more mobilization, but also they would have. We do have a lot of people in Iran that give us intel through Starlink. We would have seen. So we now have an update. The NATO Maritime Command has now said that the Italian Navy, operating with NATO standing naval maritime, detected and is now tracking a submarine in the Mediterranean Sea. We'll get more information on that as well, because around that part, we also have the Russians, obviously, Mediterranean Sea. So we'll figure out what they are doing. Let me just quickly get some reactions. We have Adam. Earlier this week, a lady asked about your show time. I am sure she wanted to know your daily schedule for future shows. Stay well, stay safe. This is 2026. We don't have a daily schedule because this is a breaking news live stream show. So when something happens, we're going to have to go live. There is no fixed time because it's not a podcast. So we say, oh, every day, 1 p.m. podcast. We don't do podcasts. So it could be any time. It could be 1 a.m. I might have to wake up at 3 a.m. sometimes to do something if things happen. That's why you can just check the date underneath the video. I work with a very good Iranian friend of mine. He said 60,000 murdered. There's no evidence, by the way. It could be more, it could be less, fewer. Javid Shah, I'm Israel Chai, God bless America, God bless. Yeah, I mean, nobody right now, no Iranian, whether it's me, whether it's your friend who works with you, whether it's your cousin, nobody knows the exact number. It could be 40, it could be 45, it could be 70, it could be 100,000. There are people who are just coming out with random numbers and say, well, I know. I literally went to Iran, I counted every single dead body. You don't know. Nobody knows. But it's a huge number. So, but there are people who want to basically, because when you exaggerate, you think you're creating urgency. If you come out and say 1 million people died in the last half an hour, that's what the Gaza supporters used to do. They think that they're creating urgency. Just stop. The urgency is already there. You got the fleet. We got what the president calls the armada right now in the region. And also, it doesn't really matter. The regime is falling anyway because nobody's in charge. There's no structure anymore. Even if you leave the regime alone, they're not going to go back to normal. It's just going to take slightly longer. It will take months, but they will still collapse regardless. The missiles there need to be pointy. General Aladdin. That's what Elon did, by the way, with one of the launches that he wanted to send to Mars. It was like, let's just make sure it's pointy because of the Dictator, the movie. My brother is on USS Abraham Lincoln. The sailors have not been able to dock since they left at the end of the year. They are restless and ready for this. He called us a day or two ago. So I do have a question for you. Do family members, like if your brother calls, have they been told to, for example, not share certain info, or is it just a given? So I'm not familiar in terms of how they operate. So I'm assuming, obviously, common sense would probably say that he wouldn't share. But is there a protocol in terms of what level of information can they give? Like, oh, where are we, or roughly what's going on USS Abraham Lincoln? Let me know. Never poked a bear. Yes, that's a good idea. The music they used for the tunnel video is from the game Gears of War. Was it? It hasn't been. It's been a while since I played that. The villains in Gears of War are murderous monsters that live in tunnels and emerge from holes to attack humanity. Symbolism. Did they know what they were doing? I wonder if the people who were editing that video, the younger people, maybe they were doing sabotage. Send the message to the world. We're going to use this soundtrack to basically paint the regime as monsters. It might just be a weird coincidence. Maybe they thought the monsters were the good guys. Much respect from New Zealand, Maya TC. Thank you for reporting real news and speaking truth when it matters most. Your work makes a difference. I look forward to seeing a free Iran. Thank you so much, sir, Gabriel. And NBC News feed yesterday said Iranians return to daily life in a capital scarred by deadly protests. Pathetic. Oh, NBC. Brilliant. Oh, everything's gone back to normal, guys. Everybody's happy. Yeah, schools are closed. Banks are closed. There are no cash machines. There's no jobs. No one's going to work. And the military is everywhere. But yeah, everything's gone back to normal. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the same comment. There's an addition. The IRGC don't know what may hit them. From the brother of USS Abraham Lincoln personnel. I have just rewatched their scary missile launcher video. Most vehicles had no interior. I'm so scared of a toilet. So scary. A toilet is very scary. I bought a dog brush for defense. Good idea. Iran will be free. Count on it. We are praying for the Iranian people. Oh, yeah, that's just a given at this point anyway. And prior service, we can't give any operational info, even to family members. It's, hi, I'm alive. I'll contact you when I can. Yes, that's what I assumed that will be the case, obviously. But thanks for confirming that. I appreciate that. Iranian Americans are the immigrants that this American welcomes, says Joseph. They've done a lot. I do feel sorry for them because a lot of them, after the Islamic occupation came in power, they moved to Los Angeles. And there's an area in Los Angeles in a street that is called Tehran Jealous because it's just full of Iranians. And they've done a lot in LA, in California. I feel sorry for them because at the time, California and LA was the land of opportunity, you know, business opportunities, a lot of things, great weather. But in recent years, with a little bit of high taxes and expensive life and a bit of socialism from the US Democrats, a lot of them are now moving to Florida. Just time to flee LA. It's not good. And I feel sorry for the original people who are from LA because it used to be a great city. Still a nice city, but it's just you might get shot while you're trying to find the job. And trying to see if there's a quick response. Linda says, I just commented on America's Fox News that they are nonsense reporters, and I, for one, will never turn it on again. Good idea. I can see the spammers. Don't worry, by the way. There's this guy who copy and paste the same comments. These are the IRGC people who tend to join our live streams. Hello, IRGC and Ali Khamenei. Hope you're doing well in the tunnel. Make sure to go on PlayStation later. I will be joining you guys. You can play Battlefield, and I will kick your ass. But these guys, they have multiple accounts. So you block them, and they sign in with a different account, and they come in. What they don't realize is that the more they do this, the more they help the algorithm, because they have to click on the video again, leave a comment. It's all engagement. You're literally helping the live stream. Jack says, born and raised in LA, had to flee 3 years ago. You left it till late, but yeah, glad you're free now. And there's another one that it needs to be banned. Copy and pasting, you get banned and you get deported to the tunnel with Khomeini. The mainstream media lied to us about Iran, made us believe that they wanted this wacky leadership. Yeah, but also they basically for decades were telling people that Iran is a Muslim country. And like, it's an occupation Muslim country. 30% of the country is basically the whole country. It's fascinating stuff what the media have done and the schooling system. I just realized somebody, was it Jack that said she fled or he fled? Someone called it out. You spelled flee wrong. Spelled it with, yeah, we go. Spelled it with F-L-E-A. It was F-L-E. It's fine. It happens. It happens. Anyway, what else do we have? Trying to see what the Italians are doing with their submarine, because we did notice the Russians moving around the Mediterranean Sea. But we get more info on that later. There's Britain have now confirmed, the British government, that they will be supporting and defending Israel against the Islamic Republic of attacks. But they don't want to provoke the IRGC further by launching an attack with the US. The UK policies primarily, we're now scared of everything. Britannia that used to rule the waves. It's kind of fascinating stuff, especially after Iraq and Libya. Yeah, didn't go well. The British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, got more blame than even Bush, which is fascinating. Everybody keeps talking about Blair and how he lied. He did lie. That operation was a mess, by the way. Oh, yeah. The brother from USS Abraham Lincoln, he said, the info I give him from you is more than they tell him. He was happy to watch the Patriots get the Super Bowl. That's about it. I wasn't surprised about that result, by the way, the Patriots. I don't know why some people were kicking off. Can't wait for Super Bowl now, even though my team, Miami Dolphins, have been once again destroyed, as usual. Come on, Dolphins. Isn't the IRGC just wasting their limited resources by testing weapons? Is this psychological warfare? Are they just trying to bluff in the hopes it scares America? Yeah, it's primarily that, but they are also getting ready. But they are trying to scare off the West, because if they promote more of these propaganda videos and military exercises and scare off the Arab countries in the region, then there will be more pressure on the Americans to think twice before launching an attack. That's why the president wants to basically trap them. So what you've seen over the last week or so is mobilization. You get so much resources going to the Middle East, right outside Iran's doorstep. And if the Islamic Republic want to use pressure, saying, hey, we will destroy everybody, well, the Americans will also say, we're right outside. What were you saying again? Would you like to talk? Your final chance. Right now, the Islamic Republic have rejected President Trump's latest deal, which makes sense, because why would you say yes to the surrender deal? But there will be more opportunities for them to have more conversations before they get completely destroyed. Lefties calling anybody else a fascist is some epic pop calling the kettle African-American. Political correctness. Leftism is fascism by its very nature. But yeah, fascism was invented by Gentile in Italy, who was a Marxist, and it comes from Marxism because it's about centralization of powers and central planning system. The only difference between the Italian fascism and the old school socialism that you had at the time was the socialism at that point became international. So it was international socialism. It was a globalist thing, whereas the Italian fascism primarily focused on nationalism, but still socialism, but with nationalism. So at the time, obviously, you could be nationalists, left-wing, nationalists, right-wing. Still the case right now. But it's interesting because right now you have nationalists who are left-wing who call themselves right-wing, which is funny. It's like the National Socialists in Germany. Apparently they were right-wing. I'm not sure how, considering everything about them was left-wing. Yeah, so you have a lot of nationalists right now who are not really right-wing. Nationalism by nature it's more closer to being more right-wing. If you believe in your country, you need to have policies that helps the country, and having socialist policies doesn't help the country. So left-wing nationalists are weird creatures, but it happens. But they have infiltrated well, they were kicked out, but they infiltrated the MAGA right for a bit. And they were like, yes, we're nationalists, we believe in MAGA. Okay, cool. What about the rest of your policies? Yeah, we hate everything Trump is doing. Cool. Praying for the safety of the US military and long-awaited peace for Iran and the Middle East. Thank you. IRGC will replace good Iranians in LA. Americans won't notice. Newsom will keep the vote. Well, it's the job of the federal government to keep the doors closed, not Newsom. I just heard that it wasn't a test, but a strike by the US. It was not a strike by the US. We would have known if there was a massive explosion at a nuclear site by the US. Considering the explosions were about 2 hours ago now, we would have seen something. No, this was, again, there is also theoretically some sort of sabotage, but it's still 99% likely that this was the weapons testings that the IRGC were doing, as they themselves also claimed. I was going to say confirmed, but it's their claim. Javed Shah, Iran. The wait is eating me alive. I wonder what is going on what is doing to Khamenei. Oh, he's a little bit nervous. Did you like a No Treat, No Surrender? Oh, I did hear you mentioned that you made a new song. I'm going to go check it out. Spicy Tunes, guys, by the way. Check out his channel. I made it for you. God bless and keep you safe, brother. I will go check out the song after this. Don't worry. Mark of reality. How far away is the US's George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier? I don't know. I haven't checked it. But the other guys, they should be around here. I mean, the USS Abraham Lincoln could be from anywhere from here to here. It's not going to be in the Gulf of Oman. It's not going to go inside. Not that it's my job to give advice to the US military, but I don't think that's going to happen. They'll probably be around here within strike zone. But it was a long journey. They came all the way from here. And now they have arrived in the Arabian Sea near the Gulf of Oman. So that's what they are doing. We don't know the exact location. Why would we know? But we'll keep you guys posted. Multiple explosions in Iran, the nuclear facilities, as they do more weapons testing. We had the drone face-off between the US and the Islamic Republic as they were both doing their surveillance. The military build-up continues. The Islamic Republic continues to bark. And thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم به خون به پاک عاشقان که جامی شاه شده صدای ما در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم
Sorry, guys. I messed it up. Oh no. Sorry. Technical difficulties. All right.
It's okay.
Oops. All right. We'll have to replay Batanam now. Sorry, guys.
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این شادی کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شهنگاه تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر برزگر راحت قانون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد، پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردم بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. شد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس در ایران زداید نشان بدی بر افروزدان پره ایزدی سپروان کند بزم ناباد را کند بارور از هنر خاک را هنر دانش و رامش و شادیت هماهنگی و صلح و آزادیت چو ایران نباشد من نباد یکی بود و بر زندگی در نباد.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, patriots from wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in. This is day 31 of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing host, Armin Navabi. And of course,
Good morning, everyone.
And of course, good morning, Armin. And of course, little old me, Goldie Gamari from The Goldie Show. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. Did you guys, so Armin, I tried something new today. Well, we tried something new today. I started earlier and I just played one of the interviews that King Reza Pahlavi had. It was with PragerU, and he did it was like a podcast, and he did that about a year and a half ago. And I just decided to, we decided to live stream that before sort of our main show begins. And I just wanted to know your feedback. Do you guys appreciate that? Because I noticed that you guys like to be here. You guys like to chat and you got to, talk amongst yourselves. So if that's something you're interested in, I'm, we're more than happy to start the show earlier, but, we won't come on with the news, but I can always play various interviews or okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. So that's, okay. So we'll do that from now on. So we'll start off before our main, because usually we go live around 11 a.m. Sometime between 11 and 12 Eastern is when we usually go live. But if you're interested, more than happy, we can always start the live stream early and just, play other videos for you, informational videos before the main show. So, okay, absolutely. All right. Okay. So we'll do that. Fantastic. Good morning, Armin. How are you doing?
Good. Just waiting to see what happens and just keeping an eye on all the updates that is coming from inside and outside Iran. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Got a little bit of rest, but it's definitely been up and down. We're getting good news, but then there's also a lot of upsetting news as well. So it's about, kind of balancing the good with the bad. So I actually have a few things that I want. Oh, actually, do you have like a military analysis or update or something for us in that sense before I go to some of the posts I wanted to share?
Sure, I could do that quickly. So, guys, the latest updates is that this is what we're seeing right now around Iran is the heaviest U.S. military arrangement around Iran in 23 years. So since the 2003 fall of Saddam Hussein, we haven't seen this amount of military buildup. So everybody obviously is following USS Abraham Lincoln. This is like everybody's doing that right now. So they're right under the Gulf of Oman. So for people who might be new here, it basically serves as a floating air ground base with 80 to 90 jets, F-35s, F-18s, and helicopters. It's basically an airbase, a floating airbase, right? But it's not alone. It's an airstrike carrier group. It comes with a lot of destroyers and a whole bunch of other things and submarines around it as well. So this is a potential surprise factor. The submarine ones, I mean, I don't know. There's like, how could they be surprised anymore? But because everybody's talking about it, but that's how people are talking about it. The U.S. has deployed nuclear submarines. Ohio and Georgia class, capable of firing hundreds of Tomahawk missiles, cruise missiles. They are hard to detect and can enter the Persian Gulf. So air power, we have F-22 Raptors are in the UAE to guarantee total air superiority. The Islamic Republic's MiG-29s stand no chance against that. And then we have the F-15s. They're stationed in Jordan. Refueling tankers and transport planes are active, signaling preparation for a long duration bombing campaign. Nothing is for sure, but this amount of refueling tankers kind of suggests that they are preparing for something that is going to be like a lot of bombardments, continuous, like over maybe a week or so or longer. So guys, the amount of military buildup that we're seeing is not what you would expect if it was just for deterrence. Every military analyst that I'm following, like looking at, again, I'm not saying that this is like for sure, but every single person that I'm following they're saying that this is a preparation for an attack. They could end up being wrong, but they're all saying that, yeah, this is not what you would do if you were just trying to deter. This is what you would do if you're going for an attack. So there are some resemblance with this strategy and what they did in Venezuela. Not 100%, but there's some resemblance. So naval blockade, demanding for surrender, and if refused, rapid target strikes. By the way, guys, if you see some talking between the Islamic Republic and the Trump administration, don't panic. Don't think still put pressure as much as you can, as long as you're polite and not like being insulting. However, it doesn't mean you have to keep the Islamic Republic in a position that they're continuing to guess what's going to be happening. And you also, the terms of surrender are things that the Islamic Republic will not be able to agree to. But they have to talk, like they are basically have to give them a chance to surrender, and they won't. But you have to make the attack look a lot more legitimate. There's also suggestions that they're hoping that the Islamic Republic basically takes the bait and they do some sort of an attack first, just so that it makes the attack by the US and Israel and others a lot more legitimate. So that's, some people are saying, yeah, I'm not saying this is true or not, okay? By the way, guys, we told you guys on our last show that we...
Wait, before you go to that, I want to add a quick point about the diplomacy, because, a lot of people I know in like the last few weeks, whenever they hear the word diplomacy, they think, oh, okay, it's going to be like a negotiation or something. And then remember when I was saying, no, diplomacy doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to negotiate and you're going to, keep them there. Diplomacy just means, discussions. And so, Armin, to your point, that's exactly what happened, right? So 2CTV, he posted that, Trump urged Islamic Republic of Iran to respond to his deal demanding surrender. IRGC have now rejected Trump's deal. And this is what I was trying to explain to a lot of you who've been following us, and we're getting very worried because when a lot of people, when they hear the word deal, they think, oh my gosh, this means the regime's going to stay in power. No. And I was trying to explain there's many different types of deals. And one of those deals is probably most likely, some sort of deal to surrender. Right. And so that's exactly what we're seeing happen. So, and I posted about this. I said, this is a kind of diplomacy I support, surrender or else. Thank you, President Trump, for your unconditional support of the Iranian people, fighting against a terrorist and illegitimate Islamic dictatorship occupying Iran. God bless America. Make Iran great again. So, to the point, when you hear, deal, diplomacy, negotiation, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that that's like the goal of the deal or the negotiation is to keep the Islamic regime in power. This is just part of laying the groundwork for going after the regime, right? So it's just another step in the process. So that's, I just wanted to point that out as well before, Armin, you go to the next point.
Yeah, actually, before I go to the situation inside Iran, let me also talk about the plan of attack that other people are, suggesting is going to. First of all, there is right now coordination. The U.S. CENTCOM and Israel have apparently finalized a list of targets based on what I'm hearing. Again, always remain skeptical. The suggested a lot of the people who are watching this, they're suggesting that the target list is. So, guys, always remember that for Israel, the main highest priority is taking out rocket launchers, and for United States, the highest priority is basically the enriched uraniums, because again, when it comes to national interest, all of them are thinking about what is the main threat to Israel and what is the main threat to the United States. So Israel is going to, before Israel's main focus, I mean, United States also, because it wants to protect its allies, probably rocket launchers are going to be the first thing that they're going to go after. But obviously Khamenei and his son Mujtaba are a lot of people are saying they're on the list. Hopefully not, because we kind of want him alive. But yeah, I understand why they have to get him. But hopefully we could get him alive. IRGC headquarters and Basij command centers are going to be on the list. The air defense sites are going to be on the list. So rocket launchers might be first, but taking out the remaining air defense that the Islamic Republic has after the 12-day war is going to be probably high on the list before Israeli and American planes will have complete control over the Iranian airspace, so that there's no basically threat. Not that the air defense system of the Islamic Republic could do much, but once you take them out, there are more fighter jets that will be able to just use the airspace as they want without worrying about anything. Some people were suggesting that there's a state media like the Sado Sima, for example, that might be a target. It's very interesting, because some suggestions I'm hearing from Iranians outside of Iran to Iranians inside Iran regarding when to come out. They're suggesting that once the war starts, that's not exactly the time that Iranian people should come out. They're suggesting once you stop hearing the Islamic Republic's air defense working, that means that's the sign for the Iranian people to come out again, because that means that might suggest that is the time where the Iranian people are going to have the upper hand, because once the air defense is cleared out, that means that the regime forces are now going to be a target of airstrikes or drone attacks by United States and Israel. So that means that the Iranian people will have the upper hand if they come into the streets by that point. I don't know if this is true, but that's what some suggestions I hear were being given to the Iranian people. And also I've heard that at some point, when the Iranian people have the upper hand, it makes more sense for them to come out at daytime instead of nighttime, because you come out at nighttime, because under the cover of dark, if the Islamic Republic has the upper hand, then you need the darkness to basically to hide under the cover of darkness, right? But if eventually the Iranian people have the upper hand, then darkness doesn't work for the Iranian people. The darkness will work for the regime forces. So in fact, in that moment, you need the light to be able to go after your enemies. The light works forever for whoever has the upper hand. So at that point, it might make sense for Iranian people to have their protests and their revolution during daytime instead of nighttime. So that's something interesting. I want to people were talking about. So another interesting point was that Israel is now fully ready. So this is something that they were waiting for, apparently. There are analysts who believe that Israel is now pretending like they will just respond only if they're attacked by the Islamic Republic. But I think but the analysts are saying that's a misdirection. They're going to be part of the offensive. We're getting reports from inside Iran that the regime is very much in panic mode. Officials are terrified. Obviously, Khamenei is in hiding, but there are many officials who are moving their families. And the diplomats are writing letters, like everybody is figuring out whether they should fall on Khamenei's side or on or try to figure out to signal to foreigners that they're not with the regime so that they could be like protected. So there's also the economic situation in Iran is on complete free fall. Stock market has completely crashed. The rial, the currency, has plummeted to I can't even keep track anymore. It's basically becoming more and more.
1.5 million, I think.
I can't even believe that number. So I have to that is the number that I have to hear again for more sources to make sure that that's an unbelievable number if true. So that means that, so basically, remember, guys, even though this revolution is not about economic issues, it's about basically removing the Islamic Republic and bringing back the Pahlavi. The spark of it was the fall in the value of the rial, and now it's astronomically has it fallen. This is why we know this revolution will never be over, because whatever sparked it is now basically the spark is now there 10 times more than before. So we have news from, we're getting a lot of consistent news from the public sentiment inside Iran. So there seems to be a very nationwide agreement that, they're going to come back. They're waiting for. By the way, there's also seems to be close to unanimous agreement that a U.S. and Israeli attack will be very much welcome, and they want that. But there's also agreement that with or without that help, they're going to win this revolution. But Iranian people are waiting for that attack. They want that attack. They want the regime to be weakened so that the protest or the revolution becomes easier. But there's also seems to be a lot of courage and solidarity and unity, and the Iranian people have never been this united, and the messages coming from inside Iran seem to be very, very consistent regarding the fact that the revolution is not over, and they're just waiting for the next spark for them to go back into the streets and this time end the regime.
Thank you for that, Armin, and we're going to go to all of that as well. Someone in your chat mentioned that today is Holocaust Memorial Day. So I think maybe before we continue with the news, we should do a minute of silence, minute of silence in honor of Holocaust victims, because it is Holocaust Memorial Day. So guys, if you could just give us a moment and put a candle in the chat. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that. All right, Armin, did you want to continue with the news, or should I go to some of my updates?
Can I show before you go to your updates, show a 4-minute video of some of our fallen?
Yes, I think that's really important to do so.
Okay.
توی قاب خیس این پنجره ها عکسی از جمعه غمگین میبینم، چه سیاهه به تنش رخت عذاب، تو چشاش ابرای سنگین میبینم، داره از ابر سیاه خون میچکه، جمعه ها خون جای بارون خون میچکه نفسم در نمیاد جمعه ها سر نمیاد کاش میبستم چشامو این ازم بر نمیاد داره از ابر سیاه خون میچکه جامعه ها خون جای بارون میچکه عمر جمعه به 1000 سال میرسه جمعه ها غم دیگه بیداد میکنه آدم از دست خودش خسته میشه با لبای بسته فریاد میکنه داره از ابر سیاه خون میچکه جمعه ها خون جای بارون میچکه جمعه وقت رفتنه موسم دل کندنه خنجر از پشت میزنه اون که همراه منه داره از ابر سیاه خون میچکه جمعه ها خون جای بارون میچکه
Armin, people are asking for the link to that video.
Okay.
I'll also add it to the Iran Revolution playlist so that you guys can check it out there as well. Let me just.
I'll send it to your WhatsApp.
Oh, no, that's okay. I got it here. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll also add it to X and Rumble in one moment. Okay. So I added the video to the Iran Revolution live stream, so you guys can see it there. And then I will add this. I'll add it to Rumble and X in a moment, so that people on Rumble and X can also see that. Armin, did you want to talk about the school and how you called that?
Oh, well, okay. So I saw Goldie sharing this picture on X, and she posted this on X saying the Muslim Nazi savages occupying Iran are now using schools as military bases. Iranians are warning each other to keep their children at home. So guys, remember yesterday we told you that we're getting news out of Iran that the regime forces are basically moving their operations from their IRGC bases and Basij command centers to schools because for two reasons. One is that they think that the United States and Israel are less likely to bomb the schools because it will look bad, and also for the fact that if they bomb the schools, they could basically go out on their media and their propaganda and basically say like, oh, look, United States and Israel are bombing schools in Iran, and to sell it as a war crime. And here's another picture, by the way. So let me actually make this picture. So then right after we said that, then the day after, pictures came out from Iran like this and this, confirming that the news that we were getting from our contacts in Iran were accurate. These are schools.
Yeah. I also have a little bit of sad news. So you heard about Hamid Hamidian, right? Like people have been speaking a lot about Hamid Hamidian. Here, let me so it's this. Wait, let me remove this. So Hamid Hamidian was killed in Tehran on January 8 after being shot in the neck. This was the last post he made before his death. So this is him. And then on January 6, he said, Mr. President, real Donald Trump, since you said you're watching the situation in Iran, at least 20 people got killed. That was January 6. We can't beat the devil empty-handed. I'm begging you to cut to the chase and finish the mullah regime. So, he's just one voice out of millions in occupied Iran who support American military intervention and want military intervention. And he was murdered on January 8. And this is a part that made me really sad. So I went to go look at his account, Armin, and he only followed 202 people, and I was one of them. So he followed me, right? And I just found out that he's one of the thousands of Iranians in occupied Iran who follow me and count on me to be their voice. And so that's one of the reasons why Armin and I do this, because we know we have support from Iranians in occupied Iran. And this is why, and I know some of you put in the chat like, oh, so-and-so made a video attacking me, whatever. Honestly, guys, I don't care. I would say that there's probably like at least every day 2 or 3 videos come out by different people like making videos attacking me. Honestly, irrelevant. I literally don't care. Like these people making videos attacking me instead of attacking the regime. They're all evil, and they all have first class VIP ticket to hell waiting for them all. I'm not even going to dignify their names or their existence by even like commenting or responding or even watching those videos about me. But right now, when it comes to the Iranian revolution, you're either on the side of the Iranian people or you're on the side of the Islamic regime. And if you are spending your time attacking people who are being a voice for people inside occupied Iran, then you're part of the regime. So anyone who's attacking me, I literally don't care. If anything, it just lets me know that that I'm on the right path. And it's people like Hamid that give me the energy and the strength to continue doing what I'm doing, because he followed me, and that kind of hit me really hard. That hit me really, really hard. So yeah, so there's a little bit of sad news there, but there you go. So, I mean, a little bit of good news, Armin. So I guess the government of Italy. So
Oh,
on Thursday,
China.
Sorry?
Really? Italy? That's good news because they were behind.
Yeah, so apparently on Thursday at the European Foreign Ministers meeting in Brussels, I will propose, in coordination with the other partners, the inclusion of the Revolutionary Guards on the list of terrorist organizations, as well as individual sanctions against those responsible for these heinous acts. So that shows that the international pressure from Iranians around the world is working. Because remember, one of the 6 demands by King Reza Pahlavi for Iranians outside of Iran was to put pressure on governments to list the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity. So I saw this today, so that's really good news, right? I welcome the Italian government's position on prescribing the IRGC and thank Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani for advancing this in Brussels. It's time to act decisively in support of the brave people of Iran fighting to free the world from the Islamic Republic's terror. And then this account, Armin, I don't know if you know this account, but Sheldon, he's actually one of the big accounts. You can tell like he's in Iran, right? So Sheldon is one of those like original. And again, guys, you have to remember, like Iranian freedom fighters, they can't use their real names, they can't use their images, nothing like that, right? So they use like pseudonyms or whatever. But you can tell that he's in Iran because even though he's using a VPN, he's connected via Android. So Iran Android app. Sheldon was silent for very, very long time. Thankfully, he's back now. So I was very happy to see him. And yeah, but the other thing is the number of people who are from Iran who haven't come back online. That's also, yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard about Gandalf. Everyone's asking about Gandalf. I don't know. Armin, have you heard from Gandalf? Because I haven't.
Nope. No.
No, we don't know.
I'm hearing from a lot of my admins on our Persian Discord server, so a lot of them are okay. So, but not from Gandalf. Goldie, there's a post that a lot of people are sharing regarding a strategy to finally get like proper attention from the international community. Can I just show this as quick?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. This is what we should be doing. Okay. So they're saying, tell them Khamenei is Jewish. Saying the fastest way to break the silence of the UN, EU, Amnesty International, human rights, and ICC, all of these human rights groups and everyone else, anti-racism, Human Rights Watch, ICC, ICJ, leftist and socialist parties, anti-racism and anti-apartheid movements, and the global feminist movements, and the whole world over the genocide of Iran. Yeah, let's make a campaign saying Khamenei is Jewish. Maybe they would.
Wait.
Right.
Sorry.
I was done.
Oh, shoot. Lost audio. Oh.
Only legally. So you have to remember those things. People forget as soon as you accomplish something, it goes into history and nobody ever wants to talk about it. We had a border that caused all of this problem. Biden caused, and the Democrats caused this problem. They allowed tens of millions of people to come in. Many of them were murderers. Many were drug dealers, drug addicts, people from mental institutions. They allowed these people to violate our country, to come into our country. And that's what we're talking about. So if you remember, we had a horrible border, the worst border we've ever had, ever in history. People were flowing through by, we think, 25 million people, not to mention drugs and everything else. And that border is absolutely closed. So well, prices are coming down. The border is really strong. If you remember, I probably got elected more than anything else on the border.
we had a border that was open with 25 million people coming through with an open border policy, which was insane. And that's the policy that caused the problems that we have. With all of that being said, other than, I would say, just to put it accurately, Minnesota, and in particular Minneapolis, because it's not all of Minnesota, every city that we've gone to has been like literally crime has gone down 50, 60, 70, 80. In Washington, it's gone down to practically no crime. Washington is a great example, but you take a look at other cities, Memphis, Tennessee, the crime is down 78%. And you know where else it's down? It's down in Minnesota. It's down in Minneapolis, and it's down very much because of the fact that we're there. So we can't lose sight of the fact that we have to take murderers and drug lords and people from mental institutions that were dumped into our country through open borders of the Democrats, of Biden. And we're doing a great job. The other thing is that Tom Homan is there right now. He's with the governor and he's with the mayor. And I hear things are going very nice. We're looking at some very good things happening on Ukraine and Russia. Very good things are happening on Ukraine. Where do we stand on Gaza, Mr. President? Many Gaza are going very well. As you know, we've got the last hostage down the body of ours. A lot of people thought that was the hostage. So we got all of the hostages back, both living and dead. I can tell you, your parents can really appreciate it. What about the
I don't think he's going to be speaking about Iran, so I'll just remove that. Sorry, Armin.
Okay, a lot of people.
What is it?
A lot of people in the chat. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat misunderstood, but the point of this is, guys, we're not going to go around saying Khamenei is Jewish. Come on, I thought you guys would understand this. This is just a commentary. This is just a commentary on Nope. Like, obviously, this is not serious. This is just a commentary on the fact, on the double standard, that if it's not Jewish, it's a no Jews, no news commentary. So I thought a lot of people would understand that I thought a lot of people genuinely thought that we're starting a campaign going around and saying Khamenei is Jewish. No, guys, we're not doing this. This is just showing the double standard. It's weird that I had to explain that.
Well, I mean, it is sensitive times, Armin, so I can see why some people might think that way. I mean, I don't know who did this, but I guess maybe they could have done the comms a little bit better on that. But you're right. Like there's a whole like no Jews, no news thing, and so I can see it's like a satire, tongue in cheek. Yeah, it's satire like Babylon Bee. I get that, but a lot of people don't. Sometimes satire isn't conveyed properly, so maybe that's why there was some misunderstanding there. But yeah, it is. You know what? It is frustrating how there seems to be this like microscope on Israel, and yet the UN has been completely silent on Khamenei and the massacre in Iran. Right? So it is incredibly it's so frustrating, and this is why we Iranians, we have zero faith in the UN, because I mean, as an Iranian, okay, like why is it that the UN has more condemnations against Israel, which is literally the only democratic country in the Middle East, and Israel is defending itself from savage Muslim jihadis, and yet for some reason Israel gets all these condemnations, and yet the Islamic regime gets like none. So I don't trust the UN. I don't even trust mainstream media. So
yeah, but can I just read this caption? So I think this mother was also murdered by the Islamic Republic. So she's posting about her mother saying, "The bullets you fired into my mother's heart, the bullets you shot into my hands and feet, I hope they all turn back as arrows into your own hearts and those of the people you love. Because right now I have no mother, nor can I even walk, and put a bullet in my own head from this grief you've inflicted on us. A family has been torn apart because of you." So you could just wanted to share the high level of anger right now that a lot of people are experiencing inside Iran.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of anger there. Here's a video. It's undated, but it's sorry?
Yeah, that's the one that's carrying the injured who's
Yeah.
been. Yeah, it's really good.
So this is like this is how like Iranian freedom fighters are even defending, like trying to help each other, right? Like as the Muslim Nazis are shooting at them, you see like Iranians are like carrying each other on their backs and try to take them to safety.
What he said, the lover?
I don't know. Here, let me play it again.
He said, Damit Gam Delaware. He said, "Majruh daram mibaran." He's carrying an injured, and then he says, "Amazing work, you brave man." So he's basically admiring the man for doing that.
Yeah. And then someone's saying to show the image from show the article from Babylon Bee. Wait, what day is it today? Tuesday. Why? What was in the Babylon Bee? Okay. Babylon Bee is satire though, but Babylon Bee is really good. Like their satire, like I get behind because they've been like very their satire has been good, but I don't know which article do you want me to show from Babylon? Oh, I know Babylon Bee is satire. I know it's my favorite satire one, but
I interviewed their CEOs, Seth Dolan.
Yeah. It is poignant though. Okay, this one, you know what? This one's kind of funny. Trump to convert entire city of Minneapolis into insane asylum. That's a good one. No, Babylon Bee is my favorite. Babylon Bee is my favorite. Oh, jeez. Look at this one.
We should have Seth on, maybe as a guest again.
Yeah, reach out to him.
Yeah.
Reach out to him. Okay, do you have any videos? Because I have a few things that I want to share, but I need to get organized. Armin, so we need to find a way. Here, let me go to this one instead. Where was I? I was at home. Like, we need to find a way, like a more coordinated way to get out information for the upcoming demonstrations, because there's a whole bunch of pro-Iran rallies that are happening this weekend. Now this is one from this was Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark.
امروز 7 بهمن 1404 کوپنهاگ دانمارک روبروی سفارت فرانسه. ما همه تلاشمون رو میکنیم تا این سپاه پاسداران رو توی لیست تروریست‌ها قرار بدیم. ما بقیش با شما تو ایران.
Okay, so there's that. All right, someone's saying make like I'll see if I can do like some sort of like Google Drive or something. But yeah, give me because there's a whole bunch of demonstrations that are happening this weekend. And people are already starting to like like message me or something. But I don't want your email inbox to be flooded, Armin. So if you give me like, you know, a little bit of time, like I'm going to be here. I'm going to be working on this, but like I'm going to see if there's a way for me to like do some sort of Google Drive or something. And I'm just going to have Iranians upload their posters to that, so that way we can look at it, we can share it, and it can be referenced by everyone. So I'm sure you have like maybe videos or news or something from occupied Iran. Manoto News also had a number of phone calls.
Yeah. Okay. I could download them right now.
Well, I can just send them to you here. Let me go to Manoto.
Guys, I think I just some people were saying I didn't have the Iran emoji flag on my stream. Can you guys check again? I think it. Yeah, I have it here. There.
Yeah, Manoto has a whole bunch of phone calls on their X account right now that you could go through. So I think, you know, and like guys, for us, like these phone calls, this is like the breaking news, right? Because this is how we get our news from inside occupied Iran, is by people calling in to say what's going on. And then I have another one, Armin, that someone sent me on Instagram. I'll send that video to you as well.
Okay.
Is it not downloading?
Guys, I'm gonna be adding. I already added the Iran flag. I'm gonna be adding. Well, I mean, you already have the U.S. and Israel flag, so that's this. I'm gonna remove the white background. No, actually, it's fine. Actually, it's fine the way it is. You like it? Okay, people like it. Okay, people like the emoji. I'm downloading those videos from Manoto.
Okay.
Let's see. By the way, guys, I just posted something on X. Let me just show that to you guys. I think this is a very good. This.
Okay, I'm figuring out how to like upload. I think there might be a way to allow anyone to upload files to a Google Drive, but not download. So I'm just gonna figure that out. And I'll get that up.
That's a good idea, actually. Yeah, guys, look at this. I posted this on X. I put the caption: "Free Palestine is just a cover for terror." This is a very good summary of what Free Palestine is all about.
I saw that.
You guys agree?
100% agree.
Okay, let me see. You want me to do the translations now?
Yeah, go for it, because I'm working on the Google Drive stuff for the posters.
Okay. Oh, this is so good. This one is going to make a lot of. This is going to be very informative. So this is from Qazvin. Let me just click on this. So this is a call from Qazvin, a recounting of the events of the nights of the, January 8 and 9, or was it 18 and 19? Yeah, 8 and 9. From people's gatherings that ended in direct gunfire on the streets, narratives of hospitals overflowing with the injured, doctors who were arrested or put under pressure because they treated the wounded. Okay, so let's actually watch this. This is 3 minutes. Let's go. So for people who don't have the context, this show is Manoto. Manoto is a show, Iranian Persian speaking show based in the UK. Iranians from inside Iran call into it to explain what has happened to them during those, especially those two the nights, Thursday and Friday of the revolution, when the Prince Reza Pahlavi, when he gave the call to action. So let's listen to this and see what they have to say.
همه ما ناراحتیم غمگینیم ولی پر از خشم.
Like we're all sad but we are also filled with anger.
متاسفانه توی قزوین اون شب تاسوعا عاشورایی که اونا میگن 18 و 19 دی ما واقعا تاسوعا عاشورای واقعی بود.
So guys, this is very important. She's saying that the Tasu'a and Ashura that they say, the 2 nights, those 2 nights, the Thursday and Friday, that was the real Ashura and Tasu'a. So Ashura and Tasu'a are basically the days where Hussein, the 3rd Imam of Shia Muslims were basically killed. Him along with 72 people that were in his camp were killed by the army of Yazid, basically by Sunnis, and the Shia Muslims are crying about it every year on those same 2 days for the past 1400 years. They cry about it. They have funerals. They have ceremonies. They hit themselves. Like they wear black and they go like this. They have chains. They hit their back. Sometimes they cut themselves to show how sad they are about this event that happened, 1400 years ago. But a lot of Iranians are pointing out that whatever happened 1400 years ago to Hussein and 72 people, those other people, what the Islamic Republic is doing is astronomically more brutal than whatever happened in Karbala. Right? And she's saying that this is the real Ashura. This is a real Ashura and Tasu'a. These 2 days, right? By the way, guys, just for the record, I'm actually on the Yazid side. Right, I know this is not going to make sense for a lot of people here, but for people from Iran or anybody with a Shia background, Yazid did nothing wrong. Okay, make that go trending. Yazid did nothing wrong. Hussein was a terrorist. He was a rebel. He was basically waging war against the legitimate government at the time, and Yazid was going to govern like his father, Muawiyah. Muawiyah brought peace and stability and prosperity to the land, and Yazid was going to go follow his model. Hussein was going to follow his father's model, Ali. Ali brought chaos. Ali brought blood and chaos to all the land that he was governing. Right before Ali, things were peaceful. Ali came into power, everything went to crap. And then after Ali, Muawiyah came to power and everything went back to peace. So Hussein was going to follow based on religious values. Muawiyah and Yazid were ruling based on secular values. That's why everything was good at their time. So Hussein was rebelling against Yazid. Yazid basically crushed an unjustified rebellion. So just make this go viral. Yazid did nothing wrong. All right, so yeah, let's continue.
دیگه به قول شما ایمانمون به خدا هم از دست رفت که اگه خدایی بود یه همچین اتفاقاتی نباید میافتاد.
Wow, she's saying we also lost our faith in God. That's what she said. She says because if there was, guys, if you're a God believer, please, it's okay. Just accept this, that she's saying that, okay? Don't get offended. She's saying that we also lost our faith in God. Because if there was a God, he wouldn't allow something like this to happen.
Oh,
the host is agreeing. The host is saying yes. So the host is also agreeing that there's probably no God.
که تو اورژانس پاسخگویی اورژانس قزوین هستش گفت سهیلا جان اون شب فقط ما آمار کشته هامون تا جایی که میدونیم بالای 150 نفر فقط 18 دی بود.
He's saying in one emergency room for one hospital for one night, the number of dead that they had was, hold on.
گفت سایلا جان اون شب فقط ما آمار کشته هامون تا جایی که میدونیم بالای 150 نفر فقط
For above 150 for one emergency room for one hospital for one night.
18 دی بود. بیمارستانامون که میریم متاسفانه فقط بوی خون استشمام میشه.
Like when you go to the hospitals, all you smell is the smell of blood.
جلوی چشم خودم 2-3 نفر رو با تیر جنگی چون لب خیابونیم جلوی خونه ما میرفتن، جلوی چشم خودم 2-3 نفر رو زدن.
So he's saying in front of my eyes, I saw them. They shot 2 or 3 people right in front of my eyes. So she witnessed that.
داشتیم در رابطه با دکتر علیرضا گلچینی صحبت می‌کردیم پیشتر.
بله متاسفانه.
ایشون رو میشناسید شما؟
So apparently before this call, they were talking about a doctor from Qazvin, Dr.
علیرضا گلچینی صحبت.
Dr. Alireza Golichini. So he's asking, do you know this doctor?
می‌کردیم پیشتر.
بله
ایشون رو میشناسید؟
Yes, she's saying yes. Unfortunately, I think I don't know this doctor. I think this might be a doctor that has been murdered.
شما
بله یکی از دکترای خیلی خوب و خوشنام قزوین هستن.
So okay, so she's saying yes, he's one of the very well-known doctors of Qazvin, somebody of the city of Qazvin, somebody that people like have a positive view of.
متاسفانه اومدن گرفتن خونین و مالینش کردن.
Oh my God! They apparently this doctor who is like very popular in the city of Qazvin, the regime forces, the regime officers, they came and they arrested him. And she said that they beaten him, and he was basically all bloody. The doctor was all bloody.
بردنش و الان میگن حکم اعدامش اومده.
Oh, they took him, and apparently now they have sentenced this doctor with execution.
رئیس بیمارستان ولایت قزوین رو چون همه مجروحین رو بدون اینکه اسمشون رو لیست کنه درمان میکرده، اونو اومدن از اطلاعات بردنش.
Okay, so the head of the hospital, one of the hospitals in Qazvin, they also went and the regime came and arrested him as well, because apparently he was treating the injured without listing their names. So because he was treating the injured without listing their names, the security forces, the intelligence officers came and they took him as well.
معلومه نیست با چشمایی بسته بردنش.
They closed his eye, they covered his eyes and they took him.
نامشون رو یک بار دیگه میگید لطفاً.
Can you mention his name one more time? So not the doctor, this is now about the head of the hospital.
رئیس بیمارستان ولایت قزوین.
نامش
So the head of the hospital of ولایت قزوین.
رو نمیدونی؟
Like, do you know his name?
نمیدونم.
He's saying I don't know his name.
اسمشون رو نمیدونم نامشون رو، ولی میدونم که همون دوستم که توی اورژانس قزوین بود ایشون.
So apparently the lady is calling. She's also part of hospital staff or something. She's part of the healthcare system, and she's calling in, giving the information she knows. That's why they're trying to get as much information from her as possible.
نمیدونم نامشون رو، ولی میدونم که همون دوستم که توی اورژانس قزوین بود ایشون فرمودن که اومدم.
So she's saying, I don't know her name, but my friend who was in the emergency unit of the hospital in Qazvin, that's the person who told me.
بردنش و دکتر عبادی هم همینطور، ولی اون
And Dr. Abadi as well.
ایشونو به قید وثیقه فعلا آزادشون کردن.
However, Dr. Abadi has been released on bail. Okay, so they want to say she wants to say something about the January 8th.
یعنی یک دونه مأمور نبود تا ساعت.
So on January 8th, there was not a single officer until 10 p.m., 11 p.m.
کاملا دست بچه‌ها بود.
Until that time, the streets were completely taken by the people.
و چه عشقی موج میزد بین جمع.
And the love So guys, this is basically on the Thursday on January 8th. Was it January 8th on Thursday? Let me just double check. Yeah, Thursday on January 8th on Thursday. That's before the order of just shooting into the crowd came. And remember on Thursday, like everybody was so upbeat. Like this, it wasn't like this. It wasn't, the right now everybody is looking at the tragedy. On January 8th, the Iranian people thought it's over because there were no officers, there were no regime forces in the streets, and they were in the streets in the millions, and it looked like they had taken over the cities. And she's saying that environment was so positive, and all of the streets were filled with love, right? Like that was the most enjoyable night, the feeling of freedom that we had. And then all of a sudden, all of the phones got disconnected. The internet got disconnected. All the communication lines, all of it went away. And the people attacked the provincial government, provincial center, and they burned it down. And they went towards the state media center they burned that down.
این کار بچه‌ها بود یا کار خود نیروهای خودشون بود؟
Did you guys do that, or was it the regime forces who did that, the burning?
بود.
یا نه مسلما ببینیم من و شما که آدم عادی هستیم نمیتونیم یه همچین کاری بکنیم. مطمئنا نمیتونیم.
So, and I don't agree with this host because he thinks that okay, so she's saying obviously people like ordinary people like you and me would not be able to do something like this. I think this host is against burning government buildings. I'm not against, like he's trying to say that the regime forces did that themselves. I think like burning private property is wrong, but I think like burning government buildings, that's completely fair game. So I don't know why this host is against it.
حالا میگیم که مثلا آتش زدن این اتفاقات تو شهرمون افتاد.
Like regardless, they were, let's say that they burned it. This did happen in our city. The mobiles, the cell phones were disconnected. They came and they started basically showered us with bullets. Ragbor, Sohail told me a good translation for Ragbor. I forgot what it was, yeah. But just basically showered us with bullets. Hi. Oh, Ragbor is rapid fire. Rapid fire. So when they say Ragbor is like basically, I keep translating it into showering them with bullets, but basically they said like after 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. after they cut all. So guys, basically this was in the order of things on Thursday. The Iranian people basically had the upper hand. They were in the streets. They had millions of people into the streets. Looked like it's over. Looked like there were no regime forces anywhere. It looked like they were like surrendering. But what was happening is they were getting ready to come and just do a mass slaughter. But what they were preparing for is to first cut the internet and all communication lines so that the information of the slaughter doesn't make it to the outside world. So they disconnected everything, and then they came. And then because when they saw how many people were in the streets, what they realized is that just shooting a couple of people is not going to end this, and they're going to need something much more cruel. But then they realized, well, that's not gonna look good. So they prepared all of their forces and then disconnected the internet and all the landlines. And the forces that they sent it while wearing plain clothes. So because they realized that if they send people with uniforms in, it's going to look, if some videos come out of it to the world, it's going to look bad as well, because at the end of the day, some videos are going to come out. So by sending in plain clothes people to shoot at the people, they could say, if any videos get out, they're going to be like, oh, these are Mossad terrorists. These are Zionist terrorists. So that was the plan. I'm getting some new videos from Sohail as well, which I will share after this. Let me just download this. Sorry. All right.
یک زن عرب تیر خلاص زده بهش.
What the hell is she saying here? I can't believe what she's saying. Let me just make sure I'm getting it right.
شد و اومدن دیگه، یعنی اومدن واقعا بستن، به رگبار بستن. یکی از دوستان ما یک زن عرب تیر خلاص زده بهش.
She's saying one of our friends, there was an Arab woman that basically shot her dead. Like, that's what I'm understanding, which is like interesting. I've not heard anything like this before. She's saying one of our friends was shot dead by an Arab woman. What?
یعنی اومدن واقعا بستن، به رگبار بستن. یکی از دوستان ما
So there is
یک زن عرب تیر خلاص زده بهش.
Okay, so basically kind of suggesting that they were bringing people from outside. Zane Arab? Is that really what she's saying, or am I mishearing this? Guys, Iranians in the chat, like, this is like, I haven't heard this narrative, this one before.
یک زن عرب تیر خلاص.
Arab woman. Okay, she's saying an Arab woman who
Armin.
was their friend was shot dead. Okay, so it's the opposite. Yeah, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. I got it now. Yeah. Let me listen to it one more time.
قطع شد و اومدن دیگه، یعنی اومدن واقعا بستن، به رگبار بستن. یکی از دوستان ما یک زن عرب تیر خلاص زده بهش.
So she's saying an Iranian Arab woman, one of our friends, an Iranian Arab woman was shot as well.
Yeah, I think it's also, but she's saying it in a way that sounds like she's saying an Arab woman shot her friend.
Why don't you just listen to the whole thing? Because you're translating like word by word. Just listen to the whole thing, because it sounds like,
I'm sure. Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, I'm sure the host will confirm it, but let me. Yeah, just wanted to make sure I don't mishear it. That's why I'm hearing that, listening to that part.
اسمشو خاطرم نیست، از همسایگانه.
یک زن عرب بهش تیر خلاص زده؟
بله یک زن عرب بوده.
Okay, so my translation was correct. An Arab woman shot her.
یک زن عرب قد بلندی بوده که دیده ها که
See, the host is confused as well, just like I was confused. So she's saying a very tall Arab woman.
گفتن تیر خانواده‌اش میگن تیر خلاص زدن بهش.
Tire khalas, guys, tire khalas is a bullet that you shoot at somebody to kill them. That's what you're saying. So yeah, my first translation was correct.
تو خیابون.
بله. سپاسگزارم از توضیحی که دادید. نه خواهش میکنم خانم سهیلا، سپاسگزارم از توضیحاتی که دادید و این نخستین بار بود که ما میشنویم یک خانومی میون نیروهای شبه نظامی و
So see, this is why I was surprised. The host is also agreeing. He's saying the host is agreeing with he's saying this is the first time that we're hearing that there was a woman in the suppressing forces. So the host is also saying that this is the first time we're hearing this. I haven't heard this before.
تیر خلاص زن هستش که اینم در نوع خودش نوبره.
Yeah, so he's saying this is new. Okay, so my confusion was justified because he's also has not heard that before. Okay. Let me see what let me just show you guys what Sohail just sent me. Okay, so this is a new video apparently from Sadeghieh from January 8th. Again, guys, this video is old, from January 8th, but just recently came out from Tehran, from the Sadeghieh part of Tehran. People chanting Javid Shah. Thank you, Sohail. Let me close this. All right. Do you want me to do more Manoto?
Yeah, because these are like, this is the news that people want, and I'm just I just set up an email account, like a separate email account dedicated for getting like the protest posters. So I'm going to take care of the protest posters this time because you did it last time. So I'm just getting that set up, and I'm going to put the call out there, and hopefully, and then I'm going to create a Google folder that's like viewable. So then, anyone can just like access it to see what's happening in their city. So
Can you send that email to me as well on WhatsApp?
The email I just made? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But it's only for rallies, right?
Yep. I know.
Yeah. Okay. I'll send it to you.
Okay. تماس از ایران روایت می‌کند از بازداشت خواهرش و 3 شب بیخبری کامل مراجعه بیمارستان جایی که شیشه‌ها گلوله خورده بود و تصاویر جانباختگان رو Okay, let me actually do this one then. So we have another, let me close this one so we have less tabs open. All right, so what? Okay, so we have a caller from inside Iran saying she recounts a call from Iran, the arrest of her sister, and 3 full nights of complete uncertainty, no news at all, going to the hospital where the windows were riddled with bullet holes, and they were showing pictures of those who had been killed to the families. Okay, let's see what this one is about. So somebody else calling into Manitou, giving their testimony of what happened.
تعرفه مکالمه از ایران به انگلیس خیلی بالاست. یعنی طبق چیزی که خودم توی سایت همراه من چک کردم، تعرفه از ایران به کانادا دقیقه 10,000 تومان، از ایران به آمریکا دقیقه 5,000 تومان و از ایران به انگلیس دقیقه 80,000 تومانه.
So she's talking about the very high costs of calling from inside Iran to countries outside of Iran.
یعنی هر کدوم از هموطنان که تماس میگیره و 4 دقیقه شاید با شما مکالمه داشته باشه، سقف چیز بدهش پر میشه.
So you're saying like just if somebody calls from Iran to call into your show just for speaking for 4 minutes, they're going to go into debt. I think, yeah, just for calling you for 4 minutes.
4 دقیقه شاید با شما مکالمه داشته باشه، سقف چیز بدهش پر میشه. بیشتر نمیشه.
درست.
So yeah, so they're gonna hit the limit and they're not gonna be able to talk even more. So guys, people are calling to this show like Manitou and like stuff like that, but it costs a lot of money.
من یه تجربه خودم از چیزی که دیدم و بگم خدمتتون. 18 خواهر من داشت.
So it's like she's saying I'm gonna give you what I experienced from my perspective.
من یه تجربه خودم از چیزی که دیدم و بگم خدمتتون. 18 خواهر من دستگیر شد.
So on January 8th they arrested my sister.
و ما تا 3 شب نمیدونستیم اصلا کجای و نمیدونستیم.
And until 3 a.m. we didn't know where she is.
دونستیم که نیست چون حتی
and we didn't even know that she was missing because they cut because all communication lines were disconnected. On 3 a.m. we realized that she's missing. Her friends told us that her car was near Sina Hospital. Did she say Sina Hospital?
و فقط متوجه شدیم ماشینش دوستاش گفتن ماشینش نزدیک بیمارستان سینا بوده تو فلکه صادقیه و ما
in صادقیه
روز 19 وقتی به اونجا مراجعه کردیم خود
She's saying on January 9th when we went there
دیدم که شیشه بیمارستان تیر جنگی خورده و من همون
So we saw that the hospital had been shot. Like we saw the remains of bullets being shot at the hospital. So apparently the hospital was attacked. So at that point we were so shocked because we still didn't know what has happened. By the way, guys, a lot of Iranians didn't know the level of brutality that the Islamic Republic has inflicted upon them until the internet came back. Like some Iranians experienced some very horrific things, but we're outside of Iran. We were more aware about the scale than so many people inside Iran. Like a lot of Iranians knew like where they were, something really tragic happened, but they didn't know that this was nationwide everywhere in Iran. So eventually once the internet came back on, many people realized, oh my god, like the numbers that we understood for many days, some Iranians figured that out only many days after. Yeah, so we didn't know at that point how big of a tragedy this is.
و اینکه اون روز به من 36 تا عکس جنازه اونجا مسئول حراست بیمارستان نشون داد. گفت ببین
So saying on that day, the harassat, what is it? The security of the hospital. Harassat is like, yeah, the security of the hospital showed me 36 pictures of corpses.
اینکه اون روز به من 36 تا عکس جنازه اونجا مسئول حراست بیمارستان نشون داد. گفت ببین جزو اینا نیست که 5 تاش.
Oh my god, so she was looking for her sister, so the security of the hospital showed her 36 pictures of corpses to the sister to see if her sister is among the dead. 36 women, yes.
خانم بود، یکیش آقای مسن بود.
Oh, one of them 30. So okay, so only one of them was a man. Obviously, it's not a man.
خانم بود، یکیش آقای مسن بود و مابقی چهرهاشون مشخص بود که درجا فوت کرده بودن.
And she's saying from the pictures, it was obvious that all of them had died on the spot. Like,
ولی یه سریاشون نه، معلوم بود که کتک خورده بودن.
Okay, some of them it was obvious. Most of them were obvious that they died on the spot, but some of them was obvious that they were beaten.
و اینا رو به من نشون دادن، گوشی‌های مشغول الهویه رو به من نشون دادن و متأسفانه من فقط رفتم اونجا بابت اینکه دوربین رو چک کنم ببینیم ماشین خودش برداشته یا نه که
So she's saying I went to the hospital to check the security cameras to see if she was driving the car or no.
آنم همچنان بازداشته ولی خب متوجه.
So apparently the sister is still arrested. They still have her.
آنم همچنان بازداشته ولی خب متوجه شدیم که کجاه و خوشبختانه زنده.
But fortunately we figured out where she is. Unfortunately she's alive and we figured out where she is.
این فقط آمار یه بیمارستان خصوصی کوچیک بود که هم.
So she's saying that the reason why she's saying this is because she wants the hosts to realize that these 36 corpses were just from one small private hospital. So so she's basically saying, like, I went to this private hospital because my sister was supposed to be there to find my sister and to see if my sister had died there. They showed me pictures of 36 dead people that were killed in that hospital. So she's saying, like, imagine this was a really small, tiny private hospital and 36 people were killed there.
اون موقع نگهبان به من گفت ببین دارن تخمینه. گفتم مگه کشتن؟ چون من اصلا یه خیابون دیگه بودم تیرنده من.
So she's saying, like, she asked the hospital, like, they killed these people?
کشتن. چون من اصلا یه خیابون دیگه بودم تیرنده من فکر می‌کردم
Because I was in a different street.
دارن میزنن و زمان.
So she's saying, I thought that they were just shooting with pellet guns. So she didn't know that they were shooting like with like live ammunition, like military weapons. She didn't know that, like, because she was in a different street than what happened in that hospital, she didn't know that people were just being shot dead. She thought that they were just only using like pellet guns.
اومدیم دیگه جوری بود که مثلا به اون فاجعه ما نرسیدیم و به خاطر قطعی اینترنت، قطعی تلفن.
So she's saying, like, yeah, we didn't reach where the main tragic events happened, and because the internet and phone lines were disconnected.
نمیدونستیم تا 19ام تا 20م که فیلم کهریزک پخش شد نمیدونستیم چه فاجعه‌ای پیش اومد.
Yeah, until January 9th and January 10th when the videos from Kahrizak came out, we didn't know the level of the tragedy, the scale of the tragedy.
اینو چیزی بود، عکسایی بود که خود اونجا یه آقایی بود، کال نمیدونم اسم ببرم نبرم، اونجا به من عکس‌ها رو نشون داد.
So he's saying these were the pictures that the man there, that I don't know if I should name him or not, but he was showing me these pictures.
تو گوشیشون
he was showing them on his phone, and the host is saying like, yeah, don't name him.
همینطور بله و همینطور فرستادن اتاق پرستاری اونجا هم یه سری عکس به من نشون.
Oh, they sent me to the nursing room, and they also showed me some pictures over there as well.
ولی همونا بود تکرار
But it was the same pictures. It was the same 36 pictures.
شده بود و جالبه تمام پرسنل بیمارستان ماسک نداشتن. این دو نفری که عکس‌ها رو داشتن ماسک داشتن و
Oh, you're saying the entire personnel of the hospital was not wearing masks, but the two people who were showing me the pictures, who had the pictures, they were wearing masks.
و این چیزی بود که ما دیدیم.
By the way, guys, this level of detail might feel unnecessary, but it's really important to document these details from all the people who are giving their reviews from inside Iran, to also be able to match them with other people giving their testimony. All of this needs to be documented, you know. So it's some of the details that might seem unnecessary. Eventually, you will see how important these details were.
و همینطور حالا شهرهای دیگه هم همین بوده و واقعا.
So for example, if somebody says like, oh, that person was not wearing a mask, this person was wearing a mask, then if someone else from a different, you know, comes and says the same thing, a completely independent person, then you could match these and also verify that, okay, this is a more likely correct reporting. So these details are very important.
فاجعه بود، واقعا فاجعه بود و این شهرهای دیگه هم همین بوده و واقعا نفری که عکس‌ها رو داشتن ماسک داشتن و این چیزی بود که ما دیدیم و
So this is what we saw.
همینطور حالا شهرهای دیگه هم همین بوده و
So like other cities had the same experience.
واقعا فاجعه بود.
And this was a major, a real tragedy.
واقعا فاجعه بود و اینکه انقدر راحت می اومدن اصلا براشون عادی بود.
Like it was so comfortable for them. It was so easy for them to just come shoot people dead. It was just so normal for them.
5-6 تا گوشی جلوی من گذاشتن گفتم ببینیم میگم آقا یه لحظه دوربین رو چک کنیم ببینیم ماشینشو.
Like they put me a couple of phones in front of me to ask me to check the pictures. Like I told them like just let's check the security cameras for just a second. I just want to see if she took her car herself or not. But they told me to just come check these pictures. These are the pictures who have the people in there haven't been identified. It was so normal for them. Like they were talking about it as if it's nothing.
و امیدوارم و مطمئنم که به زودی پیروز میشیم.
She's saying, and I hope, and I'm certain that very soon we're going to become victorious. They're saying there's no doubt. Okay, that was that. Let me see. Some people are sending me something. Iranians are sending me some stuff on Telegram. Okay, Mariam sent me something. Oh, these are posters for demonstrations. Let me just give.
I sent you the email address.
Okay.
Here, let me put up the graphic that I made so that the Iranians who are watching. So دوستان من الان یه ایمیل. Okay, so این ایمیل رو من الان درست کردم و تا حالا هم 3-4 تا ایمیل داره میاد به دستم. So هر کسی که میخواد ما فلایرش برنامهشون رو ادورتایز بکنیم لطفاً iranrally@gkamari.com به این ایمیل لطفاً اطلاعاتتون رو بفرستین. لطفاً فقط پوستر یعنی نظری چیزا اینجوری لطفاً برای من نفرستین because it's going to be too much. But please send me your posters for whatever city you are. Armin, I've also just made a Google Drive account that's viewable. So I want to put a few in there and then I'm going to test it out. And then that way, like we can have the link. So whenever we add something, not only can we like show it on our show, but the link can be there. So anyone who wants to search for their own city, they'll be able to do that as well. Yeah.
That's Goldie, yeah. You are a genius.
Doing what we can here, doing what we can. So There you go. So I'm just working on that right now. So please ask everyone, just forward posters to my email, to that email address, and I'm going to be going through them. Okay. And then that way we can also, like, we'll advertise it on the show, but we'll also put it up. There is one in Toronto. I have the one for Toronto, but there you go. Like, just send me the poster so I can put it up. And then I'll sort through them as well, so that, you know, it's like you can search by name and things like that. So that's what I'm working on right now, Armin. All right, back to you for translations.
Oh, I finished this one. Let me
Okay.
see if there's more. Are there more?
I think Manoto has a bunch.
I did this one. Which one is this one? Okay, I did the Qazmin one. I did the Ashura Tasua one. I'm gonna heart the ones that I did so I could keep track. Let's just go through their timeline.
Okay.
So this one is saying Sanad Jinayat to Khiyabun Pore. So they're saying there's a lot of evidence in the streets regarding their crimes.
سند جنایت کوکه‌های ساچمه‌ای
Okay, so yeah, people are finding more evidence regarding their crimes. Let me go here. Dusseldorf, Netherlands. This one I did already. Qazvin I did. Okay, let's forge a boot. Tamasi as oh no, I already did that as well. Okay, what is this one? Esfahan. Okay, so Esfahan. Let's do it. Guys, let me know in the chat. Is this do you want me to continue translating this? Let me know. I just want to see how many people are finding this useful in the chat. The translations. Let me know in the chat. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, people are saying yes. All right, so this is from the city of Esfahan. These haven't been AI translated either, so we're adding something here that you're not going to get. So this is called from Esfahan, a city that for years was told to its people, we gave martyrs, but today the same people are asking, if we gave our lives to defend the homeland, then why now on this very same soil are they killing our young people at the hands of the same foreigners? Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'll explain it as we go through, okay? Because guys, sometimes some of these videos, the translation is not enough. Like, I need to give you context as well. So if it's like, oh, for example, if the video says that, oh, this is the real Ashura and Tasua, even if you give a translation, you're gonna like, what the hell are they talking about? So I give you the context, right? So this video, for example, also requires some context. It's not enough to just translate it. So let's go through this one.
من می‌خواستم یه چیزی به همشهریام اصفهانی‌ها بگم. اینجا یه پیام به اصفهانی‌ها بدم.
So again, guys, this is a call from inside Iran to outside of Iran, and this is a call from the city of Esfahan. By the way, guys, Esfahan is a city that you need to visit for sure once Iran is free. Guys, Iranians, let me know if you agree or not. Like, I think the hottest tourist destination in Iran would be Esfahan. No offense to the other cities in Iran, they're good as well, but I think Esfahan is number one. Okay, so you have to visit Esfahan. It's such a beautiful city. It is. Just go on Google Images and put Esfahan and tell me if you're not impressed. Okay, yes, guys, I know the other cities as well. Okay, like Yaz, Shiraz, yeah, all of it. Okay, but Esfahan I think is number one. Esfahan Nesf Jahan. Yes, Susie is here. Yes, Perspoli is Shiraz, next to Shiraz, yes. But yeah, I mean, my father is from Tehran, my mother is from Shiraz. So if I was biased, I would tell you Shiraz first, especially because Persepolis is right next to Shiraz. But so I'm not being biased when I say Esfahan because I have no connection to Esfahan. But honestly, Esfahan, oh my God. Anyway, so let's watch this. So she's saying, I wanted to say something to people from my city, from Esfahan.
یه روزی ما یه تارمون که بیرون بود اصفهان مردم اصفهان تو خیابون ما میگفتن ما شهید دادیم شما چرا یه تارموتون بیرونه
So she's saying, okay, this requires some explanation. So she's saying that there was a time in Esfahan that when we women came into the streets, even if one hair, just a little bit of a hair was shown outside of our hijab, they will in Isfahan, they will come tell us that we gave martyrs. Why are you showing your hair? So this is kind of weird. Like you might think, like, what does martyrs have to do with hair? Do people understand what does martyrs have to do with women's hair? So this is a common thing that they used to say in Iran, the morality police, the mullahs, religious people, when they saw women showing even a little bit of hair, just a little bit of hair coming out of their hijab, they would come and say, "Ma shahid dadim! Ma shahid dadim! Put that back in! Put that hair back in under your hijab! We gave martyrs." Ma shahid dadim means we gave martyrs. We gave martyrs. So what does hair got to do with giving martyrs? All right. So the understanding, the lie that the Islamic Republic tells you is that the people who went and participated in the Iran-Iraq war against Saddam's attempt to take part of Iran, the people who participated in that war, that 8-year war, they went there for the sake of Islam. They went there, they gave their blood, they gave their lives so that Islam could rule. And now you're showing your hair? They died so that hair stays inside. They died so that Islamic rule is being enforced, so that this is Islamic land. And if you're showing your hair, then they died for nothing. If the martyrs during the Iran-Iraq war, if they died and you're showing your hair, that means they died for nothing. So they always try to, make you feel guilty for showing your hair outside of the hijab, saying that people died so that Islam is being followed here, right? They will come and say like, we gave martyrs. Why are you showing your hair? Okay, so this is what they said to people. But the interesting thing is that is a lie, because the vast majority of Iranians who participated in the war, even though the Islamic Republic was ruling at that time, the Iranians who participated in the war against Saddam, they didn't really go there. Goldie, is it okay if I mute your microphone? Because
sorry, I'm muted. Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. The reason why so many Iranians volunteered to go fight Saddam was because Saddam was challenging the border, was taking part of Iran. The guys, Iranians in the chat, do you agree with me? The vast majority of Iranians who participated in the Iran-Iraq war, it wasn't for the sake of the Islamic Republic. It was for the sake of Iran, because Saddam wanted to invade Iran and take part of our land. And the reason why we know this is because the Islamic Republic was forced to give in to nationalist narratives to encourage people to because when Khomeini, this is important, okay, guys, you're going to learn something here. Khomeini hated Iran, and he didn't hide it. Khomeini hated nationalism. He hated patriotism. He famously said, anybody who says I'm Iranian first and I'm a Muslim second is not a Muslim at all. He specifically said Milli Garai is like a sin, it's haram, it's wrong. Nationalism, patriotism is wrong. He also famously, when he was flying from Paris to Tehran, on the plane when they asked him what is his feeling when that he's coming back to Iran, he said hichi, means nothing. Basically, he said that he feels nothing. He associated no positive feeling going back to Iran. He has no feelings, with no positive feelings for that, because he doesn't care about Iran. So Khomeini was famously all about Islam and zero about Iran. All Islam, zero Iran. However, when Saddam attacked, they realized that Islamic narratives are not enough, or not enough at all, to be able to mobilize Iranians to go fight with Saddam. So this is when Khomeini, against his own wishes, gave in to start mixing Islamism with some nationalist narratives, because that's the only way you're going to get Iranians to show up into the millions to defend their country, right? And ever since then, they go up and down that, like, whenever they don't feel like they need the Iranian people, they go full on Islamists. And every time they're in a crisis mode and they need some Iranian peoples they try to fool the Iranian people by acting like they're somewhat patriotic, right? But I say all of this for the context that when the mullahs and the morality police were telling women in Iran that, we gave martyrs, why is your hair showing? That's a lie, because the Iranian people participated in that war, volunteered to participate in the war to save their country from Saddam's invasion, not for the sake of Islam. So that's a lie. They even made up fake wills by some of the soldiers saying, like, right before, like, guys, I kid you not, on state TV they made up a will from one of the soldiers, and they were reading it out loud and crying about the soldier. They're like, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna die, tell the people of Iran that I'm doing this for hijab. I'm doing this so that the heads of our Iranian women are covered. I know I'm gonna die, but this is what I'm gonna go die for. Okay, like, to keep the heads of Iranian women covered. Sure. Okay. That they actually read that on state TV and crying about it. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to this woman now that you have full context.
اصفهان، مردم اصفهان تو خیابون ما میگفتن ما شهید دادیم، شما چرا یه تار موتون بیرونه؟ و
Yeah, so they told us that we gave martyrs, so why is your hair
ما
showing?
بیشترین آمار شهیدا داریم.
So Isfahan, they told us that, Isfahan is a city that gave the most martyrs, so why is your hair showing?
ولی 18 و 19 بیشترین اون عراقیایی که ریختن تو شهر اصفهان ریختن.
So she's saying, however, on January 8th and January 9th, the Iraqis that came and killed people, they brought them into Isfahan. So you guys, you see the point that she's making? Like, because they keep reminding us about Iran-Iraq war and how many martyrs the city of Isfahan has given, but now the regime itself is bringing Iraqis to kill the Iranian people. So the whole point of that 8-year war with Saddam was to keep Iraqis out of Iran. That's what the Iranian people went and died for. Not for hijab, but to keep Iraq out of Iran. And now they're actually importing Iraqis from inside Iraq to Isfahan to kill Iranians. Like, you keep talking about martyrs. Well, like, we gave martyrs to keep the Iraqis out, but now you're bringing the Iraqis in yourself by the regime to kill us.
و اینا رفتن شهید شدن، جوانای اصفهان که عراقی و نمیدونم به هموطنشون به خاک تجاوز نکنه.
So she's saying that the Isfahanis, they went and died in that war to basically stop the Iraqis from coming in, so that Iraqis do not kill their fellow citizens, and they don't, and for protecting our soil and the lives of our people from Iraqis. That's the reason we went and died in the war.
ولی اینا آوردنشون تو کف اصفهان.
But they themselves went and brought the Iraqis now in the middle of Isfahan.
کف اصفهان و دختر پسرای اصفهان رو کشتن.
And they killed the boys and girls of Isfahan.
کف اصفهان و دختر پسرای اصفهان رو کشتن. دهنکجی کردن. حالا خانواده‌های شهدا از شما میخوام بلنشین برین در این بنیاد شهید خونخواه بچه‌های 8 سال جنگ باشین.
So she's saying now I want the family members of the martyrs, of the people who died in the 8-year war. I want you to go to the martyr institution, the place that they take care of the families of the martyrs. I want you to go there and ask for justice for the blood of your family members who died in the 8-year war. Because your family members died so that they keep the Iraqis out, but now the government itself is bringing the Iraqis inside Iran. So you have to basically go and ask for justice, because basically your family members died for nothing. Your family members didn't die for women's hair. Your family members died to keep the Iraqis out, and now the government are bringing the Iraqis in. Yeah, so they died for nothing. So all these years that they were telling Iranian women that if you show your hair, then the martyrs died for nothing, that was fake. But now that the Iraqis are in the middle of Isfahan, that's actually the reason to think that the martyrs died for nothing. They're like, they died for nothing. Yeah.
جنگ باشین که الکی هستن دیگه. اگه الکی نبود اینا نمی اومدن عراقی بیارن.
If it wasn't for nothing, they wouldn't bring these Iraqis in the middle of Isfahan.
و بچه‌ها رو بکشن.
Guys, this is a very educational thing. I think you guys learned a lot of things just because of this 1-2-minute video, right?
خانم مریم یه نکته‌ای هم هستش، نه تنها اونا رو آوردن بچهای ما رو تو خاک خودمون کشتن، بلکه ثروت ملت ایران رو بردن تو عراق، استادیوم ساختن، خونه سازی کردن.
So the host is saying not only did they bring the Iraqis to kill our people inside our own country, they also took our wealth and the resources of our country to Iraq to build them stadiums.
ثروت ملت ایران رو بردن تو عراق، استادیوم ساختن، خونه سازی کردن.
To build them houses.
جاده کشیدن.
So guys, if you don't know, the Islamic Republic takes the oil and gas money, and instead of spending it on their own people, they build houses for terrorist Shia groups like Hashd al-Shabi or Popular Mobilization Front inside Iraq for their Iraqi fighters inside Iraq. So they did also that.
آب کشیدن، برق کشیدن.
They basically brought them water, electricity.
در صورتی که ما خودمون تو فقر بودیم.
Inside Iran, we were dealing with poverty, but they were building basically infrastructure for their terrorist groups inside Iraq.
یعنی اینا برومندترین جوانان ما رو در 8 سال جنگ دادن جلو توپ و
And like they use the best of our young people in the 8-year war against Saddam. They put them in front of basically bullets and missiles and they threw them on top of mines.
که کشور رو از شیران خالی کنن راحت‌تر بتونن دزدیشون رو انجام بدن.
Oh, so that they could empty our country from lions so that they could do their stealing more. So here he's saying that in the 8-year war, they basically send our lions, like the young people of Iran, into wars that they die. So now there's nobody defending the country so that they could keep stealing the wealth of Iran. So yeah, that was that. All right, Goldie, I finished with that one. Did you want to share some stuff with us? Oh, you're muted.
Open the link that I sent you.
Oh, okay.
On WhatsApp.
So this seems to be good because you're okay. Ooh, nice. Can I show it on screen?
Yeah. It's already public. I've already put it in the chat. I tested it with
Nice.
with people in my YouTube chat.
Okay. Let's go here. Okay, guys, look at this. We have all the posters here.
Yeah. And then you can change the view. So I think, see at the top where it says, yeah, click on that. And then you can sort it by name. So click on name, go to the top, like click on, no, just click on name. Yeah. And then you can sort it there. So click on it again. No, you want to go from alphabetical order. So there you go. So that's what I've received in like the last 10 minutes, but I still have like 50 more emails to go through and more are coming in. So can you like download that or something? Like Player, can you open it up? Can you download it? Because I've made it so that it's viewer only. Yeah, I think you can download. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. So there we go. So it's a publicly available folder. Anyone with the link can access it, and you can download the posters. And then I'll be going through the email inbox, like because I just put out the call, Armin. Wait, how many do I have right now? Let me see. Wait, where's this thing? So I just put out sorry, I can't even think right now. I'm so exhausted. I put out the new email address like maybe, I don't know, half an hour ago, and I already have 30 emails. I have 30 emails and more are coming in. So guys, for all of our non-Iranian friends and followers, Iranians are very, very excited to have all of you join. So I'm going to be going through this list, up and just constantly going through it. And, we'll be sharing all of them on the news channel, but I'll also put the link somewhere so that you guys can access this as well. So I've just asked Iranians, I've asked them to just, email me. Don't, لطفاً به من ایمیل بفرستین، برام دایرکت نفرستین، چون من دایرکت هامو چک نمی‌کنم. من دایرکت خیلی زیاد میگیرم. I can't do the direct. So just لطفاً همین یه ایمیل برای من بفرستین به iranrally@gkamari.com با پوستراتون. من همه اینا رو توی اون گوگل درایو میذارم که همه ببینن و روی شبکه‌مون هم پخش میکنیم. So there we go. Okay.
I need to use the washroom really quickly. Do you have something to show?
So actually, guys, I think maybe this will be a good time. Because you're what time is your group discussion?
In 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have some things. Sorry, I was focusing on I was focusing on that, but actually I do have something that I wanted to share. This was from Fox News, so I'll bring that up. It was on
be right back.
my watch list. Yeah, you go do your thing. I want to play this. This was something new. Where's my watch? Watch later. Here we go. I actually wanted to watch this yesterday, but I never got around to it. So we can watch this together, guys.
The Trump administration sending 40 Iranians on an ICE deportation flight home this past Sunday. The American Immigration Council says this is the third such flight since September. Now, the USS Lincoln Carrier Strike Group entering Central Command waters in the Indian Ocean as President Trump maintains Iran wants to make a deal. Now, the commander-in-chief telling Axios in a brand new interview, quote, "We've got a big armada next to Iran, bigger than Venezuela. They want to make a deal. I know so. They called on numerous occasions. They want to talk." Now, the president reportedly coming close to ordering a strike on Iranian targets earlier this month over the killing of tens of thousands of protesters that have been out pushing back against the regime. Some advisors reportedly, though, cautioned him at any attempt at a regime change, saying that can be a risky proposition. I want to bring in Fox News senior strategic analyst and Institute for the Study of Board Chairman General Jack Keane. General, the situation with Iran seems to be coming to a head. How do you assess things right now?
Yeah, well, certainly I agree with that assessment. We've been waiting some days now to get these additional assets into the region mostly maritime assets, the carrier strike group and the assorted ships that come with it. They have air defense systems, certainly, that can help with any retaliation attack by Iran to protect our bases and also to protect Israel. And then they also have, obviously, aircraft, but we moved a lot of aircraft into the region to various air bases, as well as air defense assets. But they also have offensive cruise missiles that can be used as well. I think what this is really about is, one, is holding the regime accountable, as you indicated, for the thousands that have been killed, and also the tens of thousands that have been in prison. And the president said he would do just that. And I think it's also about trying to cut off the head of the snake here. In other words, the regime is the snake, and we're trying to get the leaders out of there so some kind of transition can take place. A military strike in of itself won't do that unless you put boots on the ground here, and no one's thinking about doing that. But it certainly helps to put them on the path to doing that. And listen, just the threat of this happening has to be weakening the resolve of the leaders around the Ayatollah. I mean, Iran, Cheryl, is at the worst situation it's ever been since they came into power in 1980. And they are weak politically, economically, and militarily, and really on the cusp of not being even able to recover any of this because of the economic situation in such poor shape militarily. You can imagine the pressure that the leaders feel, much as the leaders around Maduro were feeling. Is this worth sticking with this leader? If our fate is what it appears to be, that our fate is a very dangerous situation in terms of the other leaders surviving.
Well,
so there's a lot of pressure on the regime.
Yeah,
and I'm assuming we're talking to some of those leaders, like we were speaking to the leaders in Venezuela prior to the operation that we conducted there.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir, but there was a defection in Davos by an Iranian official. And then what we're seeing now is that there seems to be some reporting out there that, to your point, I agree with you that, look, the Ayatollah is back in a bunker again. And the way to do this is to target the Iranian, the RGC, but then also to find those allies, if you will, those underneath the Ayatollah that are willing to work with the United States. And I agree with you about no boots on the ground. That seems to be, the concern from this side of the Atlantic. Do you think that that's possible?
Well, we don't know, but I just know that the pressure is significant, and certainly the threat of an attack, and people know when President Trump says he's going to do something, he does it. So I think one, the attack itself executed could put them on a pathway to a change, and two, if it's something else can occur as a result of the pressure that's on them, that certainly would be a welcome event anyway. We're trying to get rid of the head of the snake here and eventually try to work with a new government that would likely, what we're seeing in Venezuela, be a transition government, somebody you can actually talk to. I don't think you can talk to the Ayatollah and the hardliners around him. They are stuck in what they're trying to achieve. They're not changing anything. Recovering the ballistic missile program, they want to recover their nuclear program. They want to continue to arm their proxies. They want to go on as if nothing happened in the last 2 years, which is a complete absurdity for the Iranian people. And certainly they are really the victims here. We have to keep focused on what is best for the Iranian people.
Yeah, well, and does that change come from them? I can't see with these tens of thousands of people murdered by the regime that they're just going to all of a sudden stop with trying to take back their country from that regime. General, there's so much news I want to get to with you. There's more trilateral talks between Russia, Ukraine, and American officials this week in Abu Dhabi. Kyiv and Moscow are saying that things have been constructive. A Kremlin spokesperson saying there's still serious work ahead, despite these positive talks. But it's territory disputes. That seems to be the biggest obstacle, sir. Ukrainian President Zelensky says the U.S. full security guarantee document is ready to be signed. Do you think that we are close, finally, to ending this war?
Well, here's what I do think. I mean, I do think the United States And President Zelensky and his team and the Europeans have come pretty close to agreements, and certainly the security guarantees are a manifestation of that. And for our audience to understand, the security guarantees is something that protects Ukraine from a future attack. It deters Russia from that attack by having forces on the land, air power, and also sea power out there to deter them. And agreeing what that composition is going to be and where it will be is a very good thing. And that has taken weeks to come to that agreement. So that's very positive. But here's the problem. Putin has never made a single concession. I'm talking about Putin. His emissaries talk concessions, but I'm talking about Putin himself. Not one time has he made a single concession. He's refused to cease fire temporarily, and he's refused to make any concession of consequence himself on territory. And he's also said he's not going to tolerate any kind of foreign troops on Ukrainian soil. So I think the security guarantees, when they're put in front of Putin, is likely an obstacle and impediment. I'm skeptical still whether we can achieve something, not because of the lack of hard work by the American delegation, which I applaud what they've done, and the Ukrainians and the Europeans. They have all rolled their sleeves up and got something done here. It's Mr. Putin who's the obstacle here, and I'm skeptical that he's going to make a deal.
Well, General, certainly there's so much happening around the world. We always really appreciate your perspective on all of this right now. It's a very difficult time for the nation. General Jack Keane, thank you, sir, for being here this morning.
Yeah, great talking to you, Cheryl.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're mute. Are you speaking? You're muted.
Sorry. So there's the one that I wanted to share. Sorry. Now I know how you feel from last week because I'm getting all these.
The following pre-recorded.
Oops. No. Now I know how you feel from last week because I'm getting all these inquiries and requests and emails.
Yeah.
And now people are like, where's this all this being posted? So I made like a tiny URL because it's hard, guys. It's hard to like remember that long Google Drive thing. So I made a tiny URL thing. So now I have to, put that out there. And then Armin, I guarantee you when I share this link, people are going to be like, کجا میدونیم که این امنه؟ کجا میدونیم شما چی میدونم مزدور نیستی. So I don't even know how I'm going to deal with that, but that's fine. But it's there, guys. So tinyurl.com/Iran rally. I'm going to actually, you know what we should do, Armin? We should probably add this, just this one like link and line to our video descriptions as well. So anyone who's watching our live streams, if this link is in the video description, then they can access it, right? And if anyone asks us, where can we see the list of rallies, we can just say, go to our video description.
Guys, and also, guys, if you want to tell Goldie how amazing she is, either say it in the chat or put a comment under her video. Do not, I know a lot of you want her to know that you appreciate her, but the email is not for that. The email is not for that. Just let her know in the chat and in the comment section. I know a lot of you really appreciate all the work she's doing, but please do not email her regarding how great of a work she's doing, because you're going to make her job a lot more difficult by doing that. Okay? Please don't do that.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate all of your love and support. But link to list of Iran.
Also, yes. Also, stop asking her out. Okay.
Yeah, that one I appreciate that. I'd appreciate that very much. So okay, like let me do this. So I've never done this before. Can I actually change like the like video description of like a live stream mid live? Like, can I do that while it's live?
Yep.
Oh, I can? Okay. Ooh, okay, let me see. List link to a list of your online posters, save. Okay, so I just changed the video description, guys. I just changed the video description for my live stream. Can you let me know in the video description if you see the link? Let me know if you see the link to to the list of rallies there.
Let me see. Did you change for both?
No, I can't change yours. I don't know how to change yours.
Let me just post it as a link to. It's the tiny URL one, right?
Yeah, I sent it to you in WhatsApp.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in my chat one more time for everybody here, and also see if I could edit the description. Save changes. Oh, it's not letting me. Never mind.
Oh, it's not letting you?
Yeah.
Wait,
I think we have to do it.
Are you changing it from YouTube or from
Oh yeah.
Because I changed it from YouTube.
Yeah, okay, on YouTube it should work. You're right.
Yeah, try it from YouTube, see if that works.
Yeah, it works.
Perfect. Amazing. Okay. All right. Okay, there we go. So that is working. So guys, we are, I'm going to be going through all of that. Oh, it works. Yay. Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't see it on YouTube, you probably have to like refresh your browser or something for it to work on YouTube. So, okay. So I have my work cut out for me for the rest of the week, but I'm more than
Did you get any art projects yet?
Pardon me?
Did anybody send their art project to you?
I hope they do. I'll make another t-shirt out of it.
No, don't say that. People are gonna think you're serious.
No. So, my gosh. Okay, wait, where's this here? Guys, you don't understand. I'm up to like 40 now. There's so many. There's like places that we didn't even like get to last time. So, like there's Village Green Park, Great Neck. I don't even know where that is. Village Green Park, Great Neck. Guys, we're getting rallies from all over. So I'm gonna add all of these. And we are going to go through them all, I promise. So there we go. So what's new? I haven't even checked the news for today because I've been going through all of that. This is the challenging part, guys. It's the waiting game, you know? It's the waiting game because we know something's going to happen. And then Armin, I don't know if you caught this, but when we were when one of our viewers told us to tune into Fox News because President Trump was speaking, I'm glad that they told us that because what it said on Fox News at the bottom is that there's an exclusive, I guess, interview with President Trump at 4 p.m. Eastern, which is in 2 hours. So. Like, I'm interested to see what that's all about.
Something was posted. It's an old video, but just posted by Reza Pahlavi Communications account. Some just posted a video, but it's from earlier. Oh my God, Tommy Robinson just posted a video of one of the injuries from the. Oh my God, I cannot show this.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Armin, isn't it messed up? Isn't it messed up how like the stuff that these Muslim Nazis are doing to us is so savage that we can't even share it, you know? Like that's how bad it is.
Oh my God, I don't even know. I don't even want to. This is
Here. I have something better for you. This will cheer you up. This will cheer you up. So as the internet is coming back, we're getting more and more videos. Apparently, look at this. This is from January 9. So this is when the internet was shut down. We were waiting for videos. Iranians took control over the streets and destroyed a Basij base, destroying all their material and equipment. This was in Karaj. Look at this.
19 دی گل شهر کرج پایگاه بسته 19 دی گل شهر کرج پرونده بسیجی ها رو آتیش زدن تموم شد برو تو تموم شد گرفتیم گل شهر رو گرفتیم کرج 19 دی
I feel so sad because he's saying tamum shod. He thinks he thought that that was it. This was January 9th. He said it's over. It's over. I think a lot of Iranians, yeah.
Well, I was going to say it is over because even King Reza Pahlavi, he has said that the Islamic regime is over. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take, right? So this is why, guys, this is why the Islamic regime shut down the internet on January 8th, because they did not want these sorts of videos coming out, right? That video was from January 9 when, total internet shutdown. And so for him to say like, tamum shod, it's over. Armin, I know, we want the Islamic regime like gone today. Like both of we wanted it gone like years ago, right? But what he's saying actually gives me a lot of hope. So guys, when we tell you that this is the final battle and this is it and there's no going back, this is what we're referring to, because stuff like this, like we've never seen anything like this. And this is why the Islamic regime has become incredibly brutal and savage. And this is why the Islamic dictatorship had to bring in their outside proxy militia forces, right, from Iraq and Afghanistan and Pakistan, and Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Palestinian jihadi savages, all these people that they brought in, they had to bring in all the non-Iranians because the Iranians weren't around. They were just, they had retreated. So the Islamic regime, guys, it is over. It is over because doing something like this, there's no going back. They're burning a Basij headquarters. So they're burning the headquarters of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps bases, right? So one of this is like, think of like a police station, right? It's like a police station, but it belongs to the terrorists who are murdering Iranians. So this was on January 9, and this is why the regime shut down the internet, because they did not want you to know what's happening. So when we say the regime is dead, it is actually dead. They just, they're just not going to go down without a fight. And that's why they've become incredibly vicious. That's why they're, the country is under a state of martial law or whatever. But I mean, Iran is pretty much a failed state. Like it's a failed state at this point, Armin. Like nothing is working. The economy is down the drain. It's a state of martial law. It's occupied by non-Iranian terrorist proxies, right? So it's literally a failed state. And what Iranians are waiting for is for some sort of outside attack. And that's why you're seeing a lot of pressure from the lefties and the communists and the Islamic jihadis who are trying to say, oh, no, President Trump, like, oh, we don't want military intervention, because they know that without military intervention, unarmed Iranians can't finish the job. But that's literally what Iranians are waiting for. And again, the mood from inside occupied Iran is this is a final battle. We've gone we've gone so far ahead. There's no going back. There's no going back. So everyone's just waiting for President Trump. And of course, Armin, like you mentioned, this is like the biggest movement of military assets in like forever. This is even bigger than 20 years ago. For like the Iran-Iraq or Gulf War. So, I mean, something is happening. And, as impatient as we all are, we just have to wait. We have to put our faith in President Trump, in Prime Minister Netanyahu, and of course, in our leader, Armin, King Reza Pahlavi. So,
yeah.
But here, let me play this again, guys. Like, this is crazy.
19 دی گل شهر کرج پایگاه بسته 19 دقیقه گل شهر کرج پرونده بسیجی ها رو آتیش زدن. تموم شد. برو تو. تموم شد. تموم شد. گرفتیم گلشن رو گرفتیم. کرج 19 دقیقه.
There you go. All right. All right, Armin. You want to add something?
No, I was just thinking I can't like really is. You know, I feel like I wanted to say like it's so exhausting waiting for this nightmare to be over, but then I remember I'm saying that from here without anything happening to me, and I don't feel like I have the permission to say that, given that I'm actually not really experiencing the tragedy the way that many other people are experiencing it. But it's like I'm thinking like, given how exhausting it is for us to be waiting for this nightmare to be over, imagine what they're going through. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't even know if I should say that, because I feel ashamed saying I'm exhausted, because I feel like, how dare I say that, given that I'm not even experiencing the full tragedy.
Well, you know, Armin, you are experiencing the full tragedy. If anything, you're experiencing the full tragedy for everyone because you're reporting on the news. So you're not just seeing one or two people, you're seeing everyone and everything, and then you're reporting on it as well. So it is incredibly emotionally exhausting and draining to be doing this, especially now for 31 days we've been doing this. And, you know, not just, you know, and we've been doing this for 31 days, but also like this is like the worst slaughter, mass slaughter of Iranians, you know, in the history of modern Iran. So I think you're incredibly brave. And I mean, it is absolutely exhausting. It's incredibly emotionally draining. And, you know, those of us who are outside of Iran, we kind of deal with survivor's guilt, I guess, right? So there's that element of survivor's guilt. You know, how come we're not there on the streets helping? But I think we always have to remind ourselves, Armin, that we are their voice. We're sharing the information, right? We have like, you know, I don't know, tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people tuning in every day to watch Iran Revolution live. And a lot of Iranians in occupied Iran expect us, or not expect us, but well, they do. They expect Iranians outside of Iran to be their voice, and that's exactly what we're doing. So, and you know, who better than you, Armin? Who better than you to be their voice? You've been fighting against the Islamic regime for so long. So, I mean, I couldn't think of a better person to be doing this with. So.
Well, I wouldn't be able to have this much energy and motivation without you, Goldie. So.
Well, Armin, I mean, if you're feeling down, before, because your group discussion starts in about 50 minutes, right?
Yes, 50 minutes.
Do you want to translate some of those videos that I did not send you to give you some therapy and energy?
Oh. Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe that's what we need right now. Sure, maybe.
I think Armin needs some therapy and some energy.
Can you not send me them to me again? No, just kidding. Oh no, I know which one you're talking about. Okay.
برای دو تا فرستادم.
یه چیزی بگم گلی، دومیش خیلی خوبه ولی صدای یه آدم آشغالیه که ضد پهلویه دومیش.
نه اونو من برات
نه.
اوکی پس اونو نکن.
اون اونی که صورتی پوشیده اونو پخش میکنم.
ولی اون نه؟ اوکی.
آره اون یه آدم ضد اسلامی هست ولی ضد پهلوی هم هست.
See, this is why I need you here because I don't know all these people. So that's perfect.
کثافت میگه شاهزاده بچه بازه به خاطر اینکه میگه برای اینکه
Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. دیگه. See, this is why Armin keeps an eye on the Iranian side. I'm on the English side. So, guys, we're going into therapy. So, for those of you who have are tuning in with children, I suggest that you tune out, and we will resume our family-friendly version of the show in about 45 minutes. So that would be 3 p.m. Eastern. So yes, we're going
Okay, so
into
let me just.
therapy mode, and I'm just gonna like.
The videos that you send me, they're not just therapy. They're also like, guys, when I said these are educational,
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
actually not joking, because the context that I give you for what she's saying is also educational about Shia Islam, about the internal Iranian politics. Yeah. They are educational.
See, I knew what would make Armin smile. There you go. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
See you guys. Okay, this one is good. Like, guys, you agree, right? Like when we translate these things, so this is dark humor and it's good therapy, but it also, because I explained to you like what she's saying, why she's saying what she's saying, I think a lot of times you get a good understanding of the political climate inside Iran, about the Shia Islam and the way their some of their views. I think so I think it has that benefit. So when I say this is educational, I'm not just saying that. Anyway, so this is a video that Goldie did not send to me. I don't even know where it came from, right? But definitely Goldie did not send this to me, okay? For 100%. I'm 100% sure. All right. So let's actually watch this.
میگم تو این 2 هفته 3 هفته با اسلام خوب آشنا شدید.
So she's saying Migamo. Okay, so Migamo, what I'm saying to you is, in these 2-3 weeks, did you become familiar with Islam good enough? Basically, she's saying that if the crimes that were committed by the Islamic Republic, was that good enough for you to understand Islam?
محمد را خوب شناختید.
Do you understand Muhammad now? Do you know Muhammad now? Do you truly know Muhammad now, Prophet Muhammad?
اینا همین پیروان محمد بودن.
These people who did the massacre, these were the followers of Muhammad or Muhammad.
محمد شلناموس، محمد کسکش.
Muhammad Shulnamus, Muhammad Kuskesh. How do I translate these? Muhammad, the person whose wives would sleep around. Shulnamus. Muhammad Kuskesh. Muhammad Kuskesh literally translates to pulling vagina. Okay. But it actually means somebody that is, I don't know even how to translate that. It's a swear word. Guys, I don't want to translate it to pimp, because pimp sounds like something cool in English. But yeah, whatever. In these last 3 weeks, did they open the Quran enough for you guys? Like, do you now truly understand Quran? Yeah, I know, guys. I know you want to translate Koskish to pimp, but Koskish in English, in Persian, has like it's negative, but in English, pimp sometimes is like not as negative. So Koskish is like a lot more negative in Persian than the word pimp, right? So that's why I don't want to translate it to pimp. Koskish is very like it's basically like an asshole or something like that. Yeah. Did they open the Quran widely enough for you guys in this past 3 weeks? Did you see the bloodshed? Did you see their dirty religion? Their horrific raping religion? They're barbaric. Rahzan. Basically, a religion that is full of violence, theft, rape. Yeah, a religion of violence, a religion of rape. Did you see the religion of massacre and murder?
با اسلام آشنا شدید.
Did you see it with your own? Did you see it? Did you witness what the Islam really stands for? Do you now really do you understand Islam now?
همین اسلام همینه دیگه. اسلام
This is Islam. This is Islam.
همینه. خوب مشاهده کردی یا نه یا هنوز کمه؟
Was this enough? So she's saying, do you need more to understand Islam? Was this not enough for you to understand what Islam is?
باید مسلمونو از ایران بیرون کنیم.
We have to kick Muslims out of Iran.
هر کی ناراحته جمع کنه بره الان.
Whoever is upset, just pack up and leave. If you don't like us saying that Muslims should leave Iran, by the way, this is her views. Just pack up and leave.
فکر کردی دین اسلام چیکار میکرد؟ تجاوز میکرد، خون میریخت.
What did you think Islam does? What did you think Islam did before? Right? It raped, it spilled blood.
تجاوز میکرد، خون میریخت، حق و ناحق میکرد. خب
it would turn just into unjust.
ظلم میکرد. کسی
it would do cruelty.
در این دین بود. دین اسلام
It's the most dirtiest religion of all.
ظلم میکرد. کسی در این دین بود. دین اسلام را خوب مشاهده کردید یا نه؟
Did you witness the true Islam, the religion of Islam, or no? Did you witness Islam truly or no?
ها؟ معلوم نیست ما دخترامون چیکار کردن؟ این عرب زاده ها.
Okay, guys, no offense to Arabs. Okay, I'm just translating. Okay, she's saying we don't know what they did to our girls. These born from Arab people. So basically, she's saying that these people are born from Arabs. She's kind of suggesting that they're not Iranian. They committed such crimes against our girls in such a way that we even haven't found the bodies of our girls. Many of the families are still looking for their children. She's saying they hide. She's saying they hide the bodies. Okay, she's saying they hide the bodies so that they could say Israel has killed them. And she said, "Well, I hope Israel comes and fucks up their mothers pretty soon." So she's saying basically the Islamic Republic is holding on to their bodies so that they could say Israel killed them. And then she quickly says, well, I hope Israel does get involved and fucks up their mothers pretty soon. Okay, she switches. It's funny because it's hard to explain because she switches from very impolite to all of a sudden using very polite language. Okay, one of these days Israel should fuck up their mothers. She's like, honorable people of Iran, be aware. What did you do to the bodies of our girls? Your raping religion, your raping government, your whore mothers. What did you do to our girls? There's no sign from the bodies of our girls. They only put a few. They only gave us a few bodies. They only gave us some of their bodies because they want to keep the remaining to say that Israel killed them. She's saying don't send your children to school. Don't send your children to school because they're going to use your children as human shields when Israel attacks. So she's saying that don't send your schools to children because they're going to be used as human shields. So they're going to take your children and they want you to be silent. Don't send your children to school. So we say we have to completely shut down the doors to the Islamic Republic's education system. Okay, the list is a very strange list. The things that we need to shut down are
میدونی چی بهت میگم؟ اصلا در این نظام جمهوری اسلامی چه از پرورشش، چه از گایشش، چه از هر مادر جنده دولتیش در نظام.
So we need to shut down their education, their raping. Okay, they're guys. So we need to shut their education, shut their raping, and shut their mother whores.
ببندین، باهاش فعالیت نکنین. میدونی چی بهت میگم؟
Yeah, we have to basically shut everything down. We shouldn't be working with anything that is. She's saying that we should be shutting down. We should be stopping working with anything that is Islamic Republic related, including the schools.
همه چی خود ما شروع میشه.
Everything starts with us. So she's suggesting that don't send your children to school. Anything that has anything to do with the Islamic Republic, including the school, we shouldn't be working with them. That's what she means.
خیلی حواستون باشه. اینا خیلی مادر جنده تر از این.
So, like she's saying, you have to be very aware. There's so much mother whoring more than you realize. So basically, that means that these fuckers are more evil than you realize.
اسلام خوب مشاهده کردین. این اسلام بود. این اسلام.
You just witness what Islam is about. What you saw in the past 3 weeks, that was Islam.
قشنگ محمد و علی و حسن و حسین و بقیه مادر جندگان رو مشاهده کردید. همینا.
Did you see Muhammad, Ali, Hassan, Hussein, and the other mother whores? Did you witness all of them? Basically saying, did you see what all of these holy figures, what they stand for?
بودن دیگه. همینا بودن.
Okay, these were them. These were the followers of Muhammad, Ali, Hassan, and Hussein.
قشنگ محمد و علی و حسن و حسین و بقیه مادر.
By the way, he doesn't say Muhammad. He says Muhammad. Muhammad instead of Muhammad. Muhammad و علی و حسن و حسین.
این اسلام بود. این اسلام بود. قشنگ محمد و علی و حسن و حسین و بقیه مادر جندگان رو مشاهده کردید. همینا بودن.
Did you see all of these mother whores?
دیگه. همینا بودن. پیروانش همینان.
Yeah, the people who were killing, they were the followers of these people.
اگر از این به بعد توی مادر جنده هم بیای به من بگی نه این اسلام با اون اسلام فرق میکنه، میرینم در تو اعتقادات تو. هر دو اسلامت مادر جنده.
She says, if from now on, you come and tell me that, this Islam is not that Islam, this is a good Islam, this is not the real Islam. If you come and tell me that, I will shit in your beliefs and I will shit in both of those Islams. If you come and tell me that, no, this is not the real Islam is a good Islam, I will shit inside your beliefs and in both of those Islams. Listen to this again. This was really good.
خیلی حواستون باشه. اینا خیلی مادر جنده تر از این حرفان. اسلام خوب مشاهده کردین. این اسلام بود. این اسلام بود. قشنگ محمد و علی و حسن و حسین و بقیه مادر جندگان رو مشاهده کردید. همینا بودن دیگه. همینا بودن. پیروانش همینان. اگر از این به بعد توی مادر جنده هم بیای به من بگی نه این اسلام با اون اسلام فرق میکنه، میرینم در تو اعتقادات تو. هر دو اسلامت مادر جنده.
Yeah. she says if you mother whores come and tell me that this is not the real Islam is good Islam, yeah, I will shit inside your beliefs and in both of those Islams, you mother whore.
کیرم تو ناموس اسلام و مسلمون. خب کیر خیالیم در دهن ناموس مسلمون.
So she's saying my imaginary dick inside the mouth of Muslims, because she doesn't have. she's like my metaphorical dick inside your mouth, like what?
قشنگ محمد و علی و حسن و حسین و بقیه مادر جندگان رو مشاهده کردید. همینا بودن دیگه. همینا بودن. پیروانش همینان. اگر از این به بعد توی مادر جنده هم بیای به من بگی نه این اسلام با اون اسلام فرق میکنه، میرینم در تو اعتقادات تو. هر دو اسلامت مادر جنده. شیرم تو ناموس اسلام و مسلمون.
So yeah, she's saying my dick inside the family members of Muslim and Islam.
خب شیر خیالیم در دهن ناموس مسلمون.
My imaginary dick inside the family members and inside the mouths of the family members of Muslims.
خب مادر جنده ریدم وسط قرآن. خب
You mother whores, I'll shit in the middle of the Quran.
ریدم وسط کتاب آسمانیتان. قرآن.
Like our heavenly book. She's saying, oh my God, our heavenly book.
مادر جندگان.
مادر قرآن مادر جندگان. Wait, let's part.
قرآن. خب ریدم وسط کتاب آسمانیتان. قرآن. مادر جندگان.
مادر جندگان. این اصلا فارس انگلیسیش اصلا خوب در نمیاد. Because it rhymes in Persian and it doesn't rhyme in English. So she's saying, Oh my god. Yeah, the heavenly book of Quran, you mother whores. But the thing is that mother whores and Quran rhymes in Persian, so it's so much better in Persian. Mother whores is like mother jendagan, and Quran is Quran, right? So she's saying Kitab Asamaniya Quran mother jendagan, right? So it rhymes. It's so whore mothers, yes, whore mothers. It's so, yeah, it's so much better in Persian. I wish I could. Oh my god, she's an artist. Like she just, when she made it rhyme at the very end, she just thought about that on the spot. Like, look at this. So let me just listen how she makes it rhyme at the very end. So Kitab Asamaniya Quran Madar Jendagan. Madar Jendagan means mother horse.
مسلمون. خب شیر خیالیم در دهن ناموس مسلمون. خب مادر جنده ریدم وسط قرآن. خب ریدم وسط
Mother whores, all shit in the middle of the Quran.
کتاب آسمانیتان قرآن مادر جندگان.
Perfect ending. Perfect ending. Rhymes as well. All right, Goldie. Done with this video. Thug life, yeah, exactly. She's such a badass. She's such a guys. These people normalize, basically insulting Islam, which is that has beyond entertainment value. Let me tell you about the utility of it, okay? Because it removes for some people in Iran, Islam is still, even though they're angry, Islam is still on a pedestal. Like it has still a place that, when people go so extreme insulting Islam, it just removes all of the sacred shield. It basically removes the taboo around being anti-Islamic, right? So these people who insult Islam in such a way, they're on the front lines. And even if so many other people don't go that far, at least even many steps behind them means that at least people would be openly against Islam or accept people who are anti-Islamic, because they are so ahead of other people that it would be at least normal for other people to just say, you know what, I don't like Islam, right? Even if they don't go as far as her, because they normalize it. They just make it something that is sacred. When you're insulting against it, and you see like, oh my god, I didn't turn into a cockroach or a kangaroo. By the way, when I grew up in Iran, they told us that if you insult, Islam or the Quran, you turn into a cockroach, or for some reason, I don't remember why, they told us we turn into a kangaroo. You guys remember that, Iranians in the chat? They had this really weird, demonic-looking kangaroo that was viral in Iran when we were kids, and they told us that this is a picture of somebody who insulted the Quran, and God turned him into a kangaroo. Yeah, some people, you guys, Iranians in the chat, do you guys remember that? And for so many years, we were like, oh my god, if we insult the Quran, we're going to turn into a demonic-looking kangaroo. Like not a cute kangaroo, like it was a demonic, weird-looking kangaroo. So now the joke is like, every time we insult Islam or the Quran, on the Persian channel, people comment like, oh, Armin, you didn't turn into a kangaroo. So there's three things: either a kangaroo or a cockroach or a stone. Like, oh my god, Armin, how are you saying these things? By joking, and you're still not a rock, or you're not a kangaroo, or you're not a cockroach. Like, wow, Armin is like doing like he has, yeah, it's amazing. Like sometimes people joke around like, Armin, I don't know why you haven't turned into a kangaroo yet, but I'm pretty sure by tomorrow or next week you're going to be a kangaroo. No, they don't mean Australia. It was like, I remember like in school, we even had it on our wallpaper inside our school. In our wallpaper, we had that picture of a demonic looking kangaroo on our on the wall. Ruzname Divari, guys, you guys remember Ruzname Divari? I specifically remember seeing that demonic looking kangaroo in our school on the wall. Somebody should send me that picture so I could show that kangaroo. Sohail, are you here? Can you send me that kangaroo picture so I could show it to people? It was ugly. It was like, it's not a, like, let me see. Let me see. I can maybe find it. Give me a second. I need to search for it in Persian. I think if I search for, no, not like that. Control Shift S. No, cancel. Go away. Control Shift S. Quran kangaroo. Guys, I forgot. Yeah, there we go. Nope. Oh, I found it! I found it! I found the image. Ew, this is gross. Do you guys want to see the image that they showed us, that what we're going to turn into? Who wants to see it? I found, who wants to see the thing that they told us that we would turn into if we are insult the Quran? Do you guys want to see it? Okay. This is what they told us we will turn into if we insult the Quran. You guys, Iranians, you remember this? Yeah, tell me in the chat, Iranians, if you remember this. Yeah, this was a bit like we all like Iranians who grew up in Iran. We all remember this. This is what we all saw. This they told us that this is what you turn into. This is a curse by Allah. Apparently, this was a woman or a girl. They told us that insulted the Quran, and this is what happened to her because of it. Yeah, see, people, Iranians are saying, "Bayad there in the chat." Where is it? The chat is moving so fast. I saw somebody in Persian saying, "Yeah, I remember." Yeah, okay. Do you want me to remove it now? Okay. It's not even a kangaroo. I don't know what the hell it is. Yeah. Guys, don't insult. Yeah, see, Iranians. Yeah, they remember. Iranians remember this. This is what they showed us when we were kids. Yeah, somebody's saying, "Boy, yadam omad." Oh yeah, some of the Iranians. Yeah, see, some people didn't remember it until I showed them. Saying, you see, this woman is saying, "Boy, yadam omad." Like, oh my god, yes, now I remember. This is what we grew up with. Oh, is it? Somebody's saying it's from Jim Henson, the creator of Sesame Street, from a children's movie. Is it? That's like too. Wouldn't I give children? Oh, look, somebody is saying yadam kabus mididam azash. Look, somebody in chat is saying, yeah, I remember this when he or she was a child. This person used to have nightmares about that image that I showed you. This is our experience. Is Goldie here? Let me see. Should I? Goldie, we're done with the. Yeah, so much brain. Well,
I'm here. Armin, I sent you another one.
Oh, okay.
I'm still going through the emails.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't send you another one.
Oh, yeah. خنجر زدی به پشت خودت این دفعه.
I know.
Okay, hold on. This is good. All right. Let me see if I could translate. Well, I'm waiting for this to. WhatsApp usually takes a while before it allows me to download. But guys, none of this worked for our brainwashing because Iranians use this as a joke. Like all of this attempt to brainwash Iranians, it all has turned into comedy for us, right? Like the regime's attempt to brainwash us has backfired. So when we Iranians, when we say like, "Oh, Armin kangaroo nashadi," we're just making fun of these stories that we were told by the regime. Like, Armin, did you not turn into a kangaroo, being so insulting like to Islam? Okay, give me guys a few minutes. Well, this is WhatsApp is sucks. I should give Goldie my Telegram account. Telegram is like a lot better. Almost there. Guys, two things that the regime did that made us become very anti-Islamic from childhood was they constantly interrupted our cartoons with the azan sound. So in Iran, I remember when I was in elementary school, you would be watching. So we had only a few channels. I don't remember. I think we had only 3 channels, and we would watch cartoon in the afternoon. That was our only time that we had cartoons, right? So basically, we're doing our homework, and the only opportunity that we had for fun to stop doing our home. So we go to school, we come home, and when we come home, the only chance that we have for some, time of homework and school is when the cartoon show starts, right? And it's not like we had YouTube, so we had to be ready for the cartoon starts. Like I think it was 5 p.m. or something, and then you watch it, and then after it's over, it's back to homework. We had so much homework, right? But this is how they pissed us off. In the middle of the cartoon, we're watching Ikkyo-san, or I don't know what you're watching, okay? Chupin Ikkyo-san something, a cartoon. And then in the middle of the cartoon, it will cut it, and it will go like, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. It would be that sound in the middle of the cartoon. You're watching Ikkyo-san, which is like a cartoon that we used to watch, and then all of a sudden it cuts it, and then the azan, the call to prayer, will start, right? And then you have to go like, god damn it, like you have to go do your homework now because it's azan instead, right? You guys remember Iranians? It would first do the countdown, and then it would say Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and we hated that sound because the Allahu Akbar sound means cartoon is over, cartoon time is over. So they trained us to hate the Allahu Akbar sound, right? And then another thing that they did to make us hate Quran, well, this was the azan, the call to prayer. But one thing they made us, okay, so in Iran, in Tehran at least, we had all the 4 seasons, right? So it got really hot in the summer and extremely cold in the winter, right? So you would have to, and also in Shiraz, I was both in Shiraz and Tehran. So so every time in the morning you go to school, you don't go right into your class. They make you stand in line outside for some reason before you end up going into your class, right? So you imagine us going to early in the morning. It's either like really, really hot under the sun, under the scorching sun, or it's like cold and we're shivering, right? And then they read the Quran while you're waiting to be able to go inside the class. So for 12 years, we learned that these motherfuckers should be like we were hoping they finished reading the goddamn Quran so that we could go inside, so that we're not under the scorching sun or like the cold winter, shivering from cold. So we speak Persian, we don't speak Arabic. So this fucking kid who knows the Quran, they will bring him in front of all of us, and then he would be reading the Quran, and all of us are like shivering, waiting for this motherfucker to finish reading the Quran so that we could go inside. So again, for 12 years, what we learned is that they're reading the Quran. When that stops, you actually go, you're allowed to go inside. So our mind, like, this is reverse brainwashing. This is reverse brainwashing. We associated the Quran with having to wait outside in the cold or in the heat. Another way that they did reverse brainwashing is that every mosque smells like sweaty socks. Like you could tell, like Shia mosque smells like unwashed feet from miles away. So in your school, the mosque section of the school, even if it's just not even, you don't have to go inside. You just have to pass by it, and you can smell this disgusting, stinky, unwashed feet always coming from the mosque. The mosque is always associated with the smell of like stinky feet. Always. So every time I went to a mosque, I always wanted to puke. In my entire childhood, every time I went to a mosque, I wanted to puke. So this is reverse brainwashing. Like everything, like we associated, and then also on top of all of that, we had Persian, festivals, and then Shia, ceremonies. And from childhood, we realized that the Persian ones are about color and dancing and music and gifts. And the Shia ones were about black and darkness and crying and blood and hitting yourself. So we were like, okay, like the Shia ones look like demonic. They look like they're all about death and crying. And the Persian ones were always about like dancing and happiness and gifts and celebrating life. All the since childhood, we realized that all the Persian ceremonies were always about celebrating life, and all the Shia ceremonies, I mean, it was literally black. The Shia ones were black, and the Persian ones were always filled with color. It was like as if they were trying to make us hate Shia Islam. So yeah, they're brainwashing. They suck. They're the worst at brainwashing. This is why we hate Islam in Iran. We hate Islam because the Islamic Republic did such a poor job brainwashing us. Anyways, let me go to the video that Goldie just sent me. Wait, where is this not? Oh, there we go. Where's the audio for this? This doesn't have. Goldie, can you resend that video for me? For some reason, the file is corrupted or something.
I mean, here, why don't I just send you? I can just send you the link.
Yeah, send me the link.
Okay.
Well, guys, this was our childhood. What was your childhood like? Okay. Yeah, Goldie. Yeah, this is good. Always send me the links. This is easy.
Okay.
By the way, Goldie, people want her name, but you said we shouldn't give her.
Iranians know who she is. I'm just worried that she'll be doxxed because we have a lot of people watching our channel.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is good. I got it. Okay, let's do this one. This is another video. I haven't seen this at all, so I don't know what we're walking into.
اگاما جمهوری تر اسحالی اگاما جمهوری تر اسحالی بزرگان پادشاهی خواه ایرانی را در آلمان تهدید کرده.
So guys, Jamhuriya Islami means the Islamic Republic. So Islami means Islamic. Eshali means diarrhea. So this is why we have a lot of fun with calling things that are supposed to be it means diuretic. So for example, a lot of Iranians, instead of saying Jamhuriya Islami, which means the Islamic Republic, they say Jamhuriya Eshali, which means diuretic republic. And it works because Islami and Eshali sound very much like each other. So Eshali means diuretic. So it's yeah, exactly. Jamhuriya, yeah, somebody is writing it in the chat. Yeah, Eshali. Eshali means diuretic and Islami means Islamic.
اگاما جمهوری تر اسحالی بزرگان پادشاهی خواه ایرانی را در آلمان تهدید کرده.
So she's saying apparently the Islamic Republic, or basically the diuretic republic, has threatened some of the big names of monarchists, some big names of among monarchists in Germany. Iranian monarchs.
مثل همیشه تحلیل کنه ولی نتره کی رسونه بخوره ادونی چه بتگم آدرس همه ما مشخصه مال از جندگان.
So she's saying they always threaten us, but they can't even eat our dicks. Like they're doing nothing. Like she's saying, like all our addresses are available, but they can't do shit.
ادونی چه بده کن چیر به کس دالگت مادر جنده ها تعلیلشون کرده مثل همیشه تعلیل کنه ولی نتره کیرشونه بخوره ادونی چه بده کن آدرس همه ما
Okay, this is a mix of Persian and a different language. She's using two languages, but basically she's saying that they're threatening to kill us, but they can't even eat our dicks.
مشخص مادر جندگان
Yeah, you mother whores. Our addresses are available, but you still can't do anything.
ادونی چه بده کن چیر به کس دالگت مادر جنده ها
So, what is this other language that she's using? She's saying like dicks inside the vaginas of your mother. I think.
تعلیلشون کرده مثل همیشه تعلیل کنه ولی نتره کیرشونه بخوره ادونی چه بده کن آدرس همه ما مشخص مادر جندگان ادونی چه بده کن چیر به کس دالگت مادر جنده ها آدرس ما همه مشخصه اگه خواهی تو زیب کدم بفرستیم
Like our addresses are available. Do you want me to send you my zip codes as well?
آلمان بلکه محترم آدرس آمریکا من به ایسا بدم
Like I could give you my Germany address, but also my American address if you want.
تری بخوریس موزه ای تری بخوریس بیا چیر خیالی مونه بخور مادر
Guys, what is this other language that she's using? Is it Kurdish? Lorie. Okay, guys, so I can only translate half of what she's saying because she's guys, remember Iran is we are multi-ethnical country, right? So apparently she's a Lor. So remember the ethnic groups in Iran, Persian, which is like around 50 to 60% of Iran is Persian, but we also have Bakhtiari, like Goldie is Bakhtiari, like we also have Gileki, we also have Azeri, Turkmen, we also have Baluchi, we also have 3% Arab, and we also have Lor. She's Lor. But also, guys, this shows, this also shows that she's a monarchist. And a lot of people think monarchists are Persian, but no, Iranians, monarchists are among like all. Actually, I think the vast majority of all ethnicities in Iran, Azeri, Lor, Bakhtiari, Gileki, Lor, Baluchi, whatever, they're. I think vast majority of all of them are now monarchists, especially after what happened in the past 3 weeks. So she's Lor, and she's using a mix of Persian and Lor.
نه تنها آلمان بلکه محترم آدرس آمریکا من به ایسا بدم تری بخوریس
Okay, guys, I think I don't know what she's saying when she's speaking in the Lori language, but based on the few words that I understand, she's saying like you come eat this. Like I think she's saying, anybody understands Lore in the chat? I think she's basically challenging them to come and eat, basically, you know, her whatever, but they can't. Oh, yep, yeah, I was right. She's saying, come eat my imaginary dick, you mother whores. Come eat my imaginary dick, you mother whores. So she's saying that these motherfuckers are threatening us. We will put dicks inside something. I don't know, and something that she said in Lori that I understand. She's mixing Persian and Lore. And in the Persian part, she said that we will put dicks inside, but I don't know inside what, because she said that in the Lord language. Okay, this is all Lord language, so I don't know what she's saying, but based on her body language, she's talking about basically fucking somebody. Oh, somebody's Lord here. Okay. Somebody's saying, man, Lord has them. Okay, well, tell me what she's saying then. Tell me what she's saying. Kundadan. Okay, so basically, Rin is kun. Rin. Okay, so basically they're gonna fuck them up in the ass. Okay, good. We have some people who speak lore in the chat. Kira mamale buride. Oh, Rindat is like your mother's ass. Okay, so thank you for the lore speaking. What was this part? What was this part? Because I know this is about Muhammad.
و بنوشتن در کتاب آسمانیتان.
Okay, guys, Lord speaking people, what did she say? That she said something about Muhammad's dick.
قرآن کیری. خب بسم
Quran Kiri, the dick like Quran. This part is Persian.
الله الرحمن الرحیم. خداوند بخشنده مهربان. خب صدق الله العلی العظیم. این قوطی در کس اول آخر چیه؟
Okay, this one.
فقط به قیندارن بی.
Okay, so the part something she says something about cutting Muhammad's dick in lore, but this part is Persian.
دینتونم اگر کیر ممل بریدن و بنوشتن در کتاب آسمانیتان قرآن کیری.
In your heavenly book, your dick like Quran.
خب بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم.
In the name of Allah, in the name of Allah the merciful.
خداوند بخشنده مهربان.
In the Allah the merciful.
خب صدق الله العلی العظیم. این قوطی در کس اول آخر چیه؟
So she started reading a famous Quranic verse, but she changed the last part of the Quranic verse by saying that this bottle inside all of the vaginas of Shias. So from the beginning to the end of Shias, this bottle in their vagina.
خب این قوطی بطریا در کس اول آخر چیه؟ خب
Yeah, and from the beginning to the end of all Shias, this bottle inside their vagina.
عیسی شیر بزرگان پادشاهی خواه و پهلوی خواهه که توی آلمان دارن مادر شما رو میگن، حتی تیرشون هم نمیتونین بخورین.
Yeah, saying all the big people of monarchists, all the greatest monarchists, Iranian monarchists, and all the greatest Iranians who support Pahlavi, you're not even going to be able to eat their dicks. She's repeating that. So the great people, the great Iranian monarchists and the great Iranian pro-Pahlavi Iranians, you people from the Islamic Republic who are threatening them, you're not even able to eat their dicks.
شاید مادرتان را بیاورید و کس مادرتان را باز کنید و التماس پادشاهی خواه کنید که سر تیرشان را در کس مادر شما بکنن، ولی محاله.
She said, like, the only thing you could do, this is very important. Okay, this part is very important. She said the only thing you Shias could do, basically, the only thing that you could do is to bring your mothers and open their legs and beg the Iranian monarchist to maybe just put the tip inside. But that will be impossible. That's the only thing you could do. Because the only thing they would do, basically, they would not honor you. The Iranian monarchists, they would not honor you by putting their dicks inside your mothers. The only thing they would do with their dicks is to slap your mother's face with their dicks and then piss on her face. That's what they would do. So yeah, so it's very important. This was very important. So she said, like, you cannot threaten us. You could just offer the vaginas of your mothers to the monarchists for them to put the tip inside, but they would not do that. They would slap your mothers with their dicks and piss on their faces. Yes. Yeah, so they're saying, yeah. Okay.
شاید مادرتان را بیاورید و کس مادرتان را باز کنید و التماس پادشاهی خواه کنید که سر تیرشان
You have to beg the monarchists to at least put the tip inside.
در کس مادر شما بکنم، ولی محاله. میچون میگم تیرش
But it's impossible.
میزنن تو صورت مادرتون، میشاشن رو صورت مادرتون، مادر جندا. دولت آلمان گزارش داده که دولت جمهوری چیری مادر جنده کس قاشقی چونیان جمهوری اسلامی بچهای پادشاهی خواه تهدید کرده.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't even know how to translate this. She's saying, oh, the German media has reported that the penis-like government of the Islamic Republic, those mother whores, the what is that? Koskashori, like spoon-like vagina?
گزارش داده که دولت جمهوری چیری مادر جنده کس قاشقی
چونیان the up in the ass loving Islamic Republic officials
جمهوری اسلامی بچهای پادشاهی خواه تهدید کرده
that they threatened the monarchists in Germany.
بخوری تری چیرس بخوری که دولت جمهوری چیری مادر جنده خب کس قاشقی چونیان جمهوری اسلامی بچهای پادشاه
When she says up in the ass loving, she also makes it like this to basically represent an asshole.
تهدید کرده. تهدید گیسه بخوری؟ تهدید چیرسه بخوری؟
She's saying you can't even eat our dicks.
ها؟ نه تری بخوری. بیا یونه بخور. موزه مادر جنده. بیا یونه
Come eat this. It's a banana. Come eat it.
بخور. موزه مادر جنده.
Come eat it. It's a banana. Come eat it if you can.
و ترس بهت بگم مادر جنده خامنه‌ای. ترس بهت بگم از طرف یک دختر آریایی خب.
So she, wow, she's saying, let me tell this to you, Khamenei, as an Aryan girl. By the way, again, people who are new here, don't get offended by Iranians are the true Aryans, and Aryans does not refer to what the Nazis, when they say Aryan, they're referring to something DNA and blood. Aryan is actually a beautiful thing. The Nazis ruined it. Aryan refers to a set of languages and cultures and a way of life. It just means noble people. And Iran means the land of Aryans. Okay, so she's saying, Khamenei, let this Aryan girl, referring to herself, tell you this. She's like, come eat this. It's just a banana. Come eat this. It's just a banana. So she's saying, like, I think she's saying, like, let me threaten you. Let me show you. Oh, Khamenei, I think she's saying, because she's mixing lore, so I'm not sure. But I think she's saying, Khamenei, let me show you real fear. From an Aryan girl. She's saying my imaginary dick, morning, afternoon, and night, inside your mother's vagina, you mother whore. Yeah, so as an Aryan girl, let me threaten you, Khamenei. Yes. Yeah, morning, noon, and night, my imaginary dick inside. Oh, inside the vagina of your wife, you mother whore. Do you want my address? Let me know if you want my address. I will send you my address. If you have the balls, come here. If you wherever, not just in Germany, wherever we monarchists are, just let me know. I will give you my address.
نه تنها آدرس آلمان بلکه هر جای دنیا آدرس ما بله میخواد مشخصه توی چونی خب حتی طرفدارات خب حاضر نیستن.
Guys, my discussion group has already started, so let me just finish this fast.
پروفایل بذارن بیان از توی چونی دفاع کنن.
It's like you up in the ass loving person, your followers, they're not even daring enough to put their pictures out there when they're coming and threatening us.
خب سوراخ خب یه موشکی از آمریکا میاد اینطوری میره تو چونت بعد تو کست زنه تو قبر خمینی رد میشه.
So like there's a missile coming from America. It's gonna
خب حاضر نیستن پروفایل بذارن بیان از توی چونی دفاع کنن مادر جنده. خب سوراخ خب یه موشکی از آمریکا میاد اینطوری میره تو چونت بعد تو کست زنه تو قبر خمینی رد میشه.
So there's a missile coming from America. First, it's going to go through your asshole. So saying Khamenei, there's a missile coming from the United States. Woo, it's going to come like this. It's going to come into your asshole. Then after it goes through your asshole, it's going to go through your wife's vagina. And then it's going to hit the grave of Khomeini. That's what the missile is going to do from America. I shit in the Quran. I shit in the grave of Khomeini. I shit on the 12 Imams. I shit on the 14 pure ones. I shit on all 114 prophets. All the ass up in the ass loving ones. In short, I just shit in the Quran. I shit on every page of the Quran. Okay, saying on the day of our freedom, then she's going to do something. She said that in the Lord language. I don't know what she said. Oh, yep. They're going to go and on the gravestone of Qasim Soleimani. We're going to shit on that as well. Yep. So a lot of insults for Qasem Soleimani. We're gonna shit on his tombstone with the Quran. With the Quran and the picture of Khomeini and Khamenei. And the picture of Muhammad. Oh, I will wipe my ass with all of them with their pictures. Come to Germany and threaten us again. You only know how to threaten. You can't even eat our dicks. As a Lore girl, then she said something in Lori that I don't understand. That was all in the Lore language, not Persian, so I didn't understand that part. Yeah, guys, we're like, this one was multilinguistic. We had Persian, Arabic, and Lore language in this one, so I only managed to translate the Persian parts. Yes. Okay, Goldie, I need to go to our discussion group. People there are waiting for me. Okay.
Have fun.
Let me just put the link before I go, guys. If you want to come. But Goldie, that was amazing. I don't know who sent that to me.
I'm glad you're feeling better. I know you were feeling a little bit down. I personally, I'm not a fan of swears. I don't think it's appropriate, but I also appreciate that sometimes people just need to let things off their chest. So there you go.
Right. Yes.
Now I expect you to be in a good mood for the second half.
Yes, I will be. I will be. Thank you.
All right.
Guys, I put the link to the discussion group. I'm going to go there. If you want to come talk to me, ask me any questions about what's happening in Iran and also around the Middle East, all geopolitical related issues. I'm going to be there and I'll be back here pretty soon. Link is in the chat. All right, guys. See you guys soon. Thank you, Goldie. You're amazing.
Thank you. Okay, guys, so it's that time where we're going to restart the live stream because we've been going for about 6 hours. And like I said, so when Armin does his group discussions, I'm not going to be sharing any news or anything like that. So I'm just going to restart. I'm going to restart and we're going to have 1 hour of music. I didn't get to play the music this morning because it's just the timing didn't work. So make sure you're following and I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه‌گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر می‌دهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های نی از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه کیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. آبا شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.